Oh shit, yeah. Are you ready? Are you ready? Yerba Buena, baby. Let's go. Let me see your butthole. Oh yeah. Does that look infected? Oh no. Oh my god, need some cream or a topical ointment.
Fucking asshole, fuck off.
Maybe cut down on the swears before the sponsored stream. Maybe a little bit. Oh my goodness, what is up, everybody? How we doing today? Hope you're doing good. I'm freshly showered, feeling fluffy. Hope you guys are doing well. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are, all around the world. My name is Ezekiel Third, and we're going to play some Yerba Buena today, which looks really cool, to be honest. We're going to start that in about 15 minutes, and then maybe we'll do some Batmaning after that. At least check it out, see if we like it. And then, let's see, what do we got? We got lots of showcases, man. Lots of showcases this week. This week and next week, I guess. This is the time. This is the Jeff Cella Summer Games Fest shit. Tomorrow we got Thinky Direct, Insider Gaming Showcase, and then way late at night, I'm not sure if we're going to check it out, but it's at 7, which is my normal quitting time, is when it starts. The Indie Quest. That's all tomorrow. So we'll see. We'll see if we do that. Well, I took all this shit off of JPedia because he had a pretty comprehensive list of shit that we can be doing for the next starting next week. Starting June 2nd is when it really kicks off. Because June 2nd is we got Black Voices in Gaming, and then PlayStation State of Play. Wednesday, we've got Shaq News. Not Shaquille O'Neal, I don't think. But the Shaq News E4 Indie Showcase, whatever that is, on next Wednesday. And then Thursday, we have Latin American Game Showcase and Women-Led Games. And Friday, Accessibility Summer Showcase, Summer Games Fest, and then Day of the Devs. And then Saturday is just chock full of shit. South Asian Game Showcase, Wholesome Direct, Fellow Travelers Story Rich Showcase, whatever that means, Green Game Showcase, Future Game Show, Gaming Pride Parade, Frosty Game Fest, and V3 Expo. So many of them. And then Sunday, we've got Enya 3, Xbox Games Showcase, PC Gaming Show, and then the Deutsch Indie Showcase. And that's Sunday. And then if we really want to, on Friday, June 12th, we have Upload VR. If we really want to, but I don't know, man. But there's just a bunch of shit. A bunch of showcases, because this is the time for it. Apparently, I'm not allowed to chat during sponsor streams now, or AI will punish you, Zeke. I saw that in the Discord. That is hilarious. What did it say? Yeah, from Zach Bussey. Amazon ads to launch 2 AI Twitch sponsorship tools at TwitchCon. Campaign Assist will analyze how creators speak during sponsorships and prompt them on what they need to say, change tone, etc. Chat Sentiment Analysis will process all chat messages to determine reactions. Oh, that's going to be great. That's awesome. Yes, Campy Mish, this is live. If it's a rerun, it'll say rerun. In the title and on the screen, it'll say rerun. God damn. Come on now. We do our best to make it. Oh, shit, that's right. I forgot to change it. Hold on. I got to do the air conditioning because it's getting warm already. There we go. There we go. I'll talk positively about the sponsor for a $5. Well, listen, I can't control your views, but I can control mine. And my views of the sponsor, Focus Entertainment, is that they are the best sponsor I've ever had today. No, they've sponsored me quite a bit. Focus is good. There's a bunch of ones that have sponsored me to doing enough stuff. To doing a lot of stuff. So can name them off. But mostly it's not even the publisher so much as the PR firm. You know, the people that are the go-between between companies and streamers, those are my guys. Those are the ones I just want to kiss all of them. If you don't have it already, here's a good site for upcoming streams. Okay. Yeah, the AG French Direct is today. Yep, I'm pretty sure I have all of those. Yes, I think I have all of those on I just have it on a text file. So. But yeah, that's good though. That's good. Good to have a little schedule, a little calendar. Focus is the one that publishes SnowRunner. Hey, SnowRunner is a great game for people who like that kind of stuff. Whoever those people may be. Some of my best friends like SnowRunner. Some of my best friends like SnowRunner. All right, we're going to pause music here just for a second because we've got an alert to add from Mr. Igmus. Let's see. And then we got to pause we got to alert the mutes. There we go. Alert suggestion. Okay, we're going to put that one in where it belongs right here. Igmus, we already have that, dude. You picked one we already have. Hey, it's me, it's God damn it, Igmus. You picked another one that we don't want to do. We already have Omelet Man. Someone beat you to it. So try again. Try again, damn it. Yeah, that's A1. You want Eggman? Hey, it's me, it's Man. Making a cake as fast as I can. I don't know. All right, I'm refunding you again, Igmus. God damn, dude. Refunding your points again. Try again. Nope, not there. There we go. Add the next part of the song. I mean, you could do that if you wanted to add the next part of the song. I added him singing La La. It's still too similar, damn it. It's still too similar. And also, just pick something new. Pick something original, damn it. We need more new, different sound bites. We keep getting the same shit over and over again because people hate change. Give me something I'm not expecting, Igmus. Well, it's new for me. Yeah, I know. But like a fart sound. Add a fart. Yeah, no anime, please. I mean, I'll do it, but I'd rather not. Oh, speaking of things I'll do, but I'd rather not. I watched what I watched last night. I watched the new season of Bad Thoughts on Netflix, the Tom Segura show. It's not always hit, but when it hits, fuck, dude, it makes me laugh. That shit is some of the funniest shit. So just picture one of the things is Tom Segura's doctor gives him a pill that takes away every inhibition. Like, here's a pill, it'll take away all of your social inhibitions. And it just goes from there, and it's great. Like that, it was fucking hilarious. Yeah, it's good. It's relatively short, so it's not a huge time commitment. Every episode's like 20, 21, 22 minutes long, and there's only 6 of them, so you could get it in an afternoon. But man, some of that shit is fucking funny. Some of it doesn't hit. Some of it he stretches it out longer than it should be. But some of them are just fucking hilarious. Yeah. You gonna watch the new Spider-Man Noir series? Oh, I imagine I will. I'm not like really looking forward to it. I per se. Like, I've heard of it and I'm like, I'll probably watch it. It's kind of like any Star Wars series or like any Marvel series, any Star Wars series. I'll probably watch it eventually. But there's only a few that I've ever been like hyped for, you know? Oh, it's out now? Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, I didn't even know it was out. So maybe I'll watch it at some point. And it's Nick Cage, so like it's got to be, you know, there's some entertainment there when it's just Nick Cage. So, okay, for those of you who watched it, for those of you who've watched the Spider-Man Noir series, on a scale of 1 to 10, 1 being the least Nick Cage and 10 being the most Nicky Cage of all Nicky Cages, where does this fall? About a 6? About a 6 on the Cage scale? Okay. A solid 8? Okay, 7.58. Okay. So he's enough Nick Cage where you're like, ha, but you're not like, oh, Nick Cage is caging it. He's chewing scenery, but not egregiously. Okay. That's a good way to describe it. Good way to describe it. Is 10 Bad Lieutenant? What is the most Nickiest of Cages? Like, I'd say Face Off was a 9. Trying to think of a 10. Wicker Man probably would be a 10, right? Mandy, okay. I would say Gone in 60 Seconds is like an 8 on the Nick Cagey scale. Con Air's, I'd say Con Air was pretty tame. Con Air, I would give Con Air like a 6 or a 7. Ah, fuck, I said it again. God damn it. I give it a 6.5. I don't know. I don't think he was like, hey, Nick Cage, like that. That's the Nickiest Cage, like hard to follow. Like Nick Cage is Cameron Poe. I could follow him. He was Nick, but he wasn't like, you know, fucking Castor Pollux or whatever the fuck his name was from Face Off. Yeah, Castor Troy. There you go. There you go. I never saw The Unbearable Weight of Massive Talent. Is it good? Is it worth watching? I was kind of apprehensive about it. It's good? Okay. Maybe I'll have to give it a look then. Okay. It's fun. It's amazing, huh, Negritis? Wow. All right. Who do I have to thank from the list here? Marta N. Marta N, thank you for the brand new Prime sub.
Hail, Berserker!
Appreciate you. Stryer giving a sub to Macho Man Randy Average. You know what Macho Man Randy Average has in the morning? A sensible bowl of oatmeal with some toast. Lightly buttered. Ooh, yeah. And Silent 667 with 91 months. Thank you, silence. Ooh, ye macho man mows his lawn once every 2 weeks on the same day, the second Thursday of the month. He always mows his lawn. I saw a clip of Spider Noir Zeke, and 100% if you don't like captions, you might struggle to understand Nick and the Mask. No, we watch everything with captions now. For the I would say for the past 8 years, everything I watch is with captions
Your buddy
if available.
Jeff B asked me to drop this off and remind everyone else they can do the same. Zeke Love Prime.
Hell yeah, thank you. Woot me! Your buddy Jeff B asked me to drop this off and remind everyone else they can do the same. Hell yeah, Jeffy B. Jeffy Bezos said, use the Prime subs and check them out. Check them out. Yeah, I watch subtitles on everything. Yep. Everything has subtitles now. Going to the movies is a weird experience now. So I'm like, oh shit, the words aren't at the bottom. What did he say? What did he say? Help, what did he say? Yeah, subtitles and always subtitles in games. Not only because I'm a streamer. Like if I play video games by myself, I have subtitles on at all times, man. Don't sleep on the National Treasure movies; they still hold up. Yeah, but National Treasure is like a 3 or a 4 on the Nick Cage cagey scale. Like he's super tame in those. All right. Well, the 30th minute has passed from the stream start, so it is time to begin our sponsored portion. And the sponsored portion, as soon as I turn on the music, begins now. What is up, everybody? Thank you guys for joining me. My name is Ezekiel III. I'll be checking out Yerba Buena today from the good folks over at Mad About Pandas and the published by Focus Entertainment. Thank you, Focus Entertainment and Mad About Pandas, for sponsoring today's stream. It is a 1970s game world puzzle platformer. Oh, yeah. And it looks cool as hell. It really does. I'm excited to get to it. So let's pop it up. Let's read the blurb here. Dive into a surreal 1970s game world and save San Francisco from a sinister threat. Play as Barb and use the oscillator to capture and reapply the physical traits of objects to solve mind-bending environmental platforming puzzles. This came out yesterday. Like I said, developed by Mad About Pandas, published by Focus Entertainment. You can get it right now by clicking the linky. Click the linky. Everybody click the link. If you love me or even like me, or even even if you don't hate me, click this link. Check it out. Put it on your wish list. Do me a favor. Do everyone a favor. And let's see. Oh, you can, and if you want to check it out, look at this. Demo. Right there. Demo. You can check it out for free if you want to. Okay. Oh, shit. I closed the window with my talking points on it, so we're going to have to open that back up again. Where are you, window? New window, please. Yep, I closed it because the Googles was not, the Chrome was not handling my, my dashboard very well. Okay, there we go. Let's see. Let me pull this up. Yerba. Oh, while we're waiting here, let's gonna watch the trailer. Nope, this one. There we go.
That crazy biker guy, he's taking Russell hostage.
I can bring Russell back myself with this thing.
Oh God, you've got to stop him, Barb.
There we go. Okay, talking points. There we go. Step into surreal puzzle platforming adventure as Barb. Yep. Groundbreaking copy and paste. Oh, this is the trailer you actually want to see. It's the gameplay trailer because it tells you what to expect in the game, and it's a cool idea.
Game by Mad About Pandas and Focus Entertainment, releasing May 26th on PC. Yerba Buena is a surreal first-person puzzle platforming adventure set in a video game version of 1970s
A video game
San
version of San
Francisco,
Francisco.
where you play as Barb, a young woman who just moved to the city.
Barb, need a lift?
Ah, Russell!
Barb's doing her best to get by, unaware that her quiet life as an NPC is about to get turned upside down. It all starts when Bear, the leader of the Bay Angels biker gang, kidnaps your friend Russell
You'll pay for this!
Do something!
and loses a strange briefcase in the struggle. Inside, you'll find a unique and powerful device, the oscillator.
Oh, they're mad about
Use it to
pandas? What do the
manipulate
pandas
the game
do?
you live in by copying the movement and physical traits of objects and reapplying them elsewhere to solve ingenious puzzles.
See, this is the
Give a
cool thing.
solid
This is
surface
what I
the
thought was
bounce of
cool.
a trampoline.
You
Lana
took
and Jorge are not gonna believe this.
you take the properties of one thing and you put it on another thing to solve puzzles, which I thought was a fucking cool idea.
Hurl entire buildings through city blocks or turn concrete walls into thin air.
Yeah, that kind of stuff. So let's get into it. Yeah, Baba is gun. That's a good way to put it. Absolutely. Baba is gun. All right, let's rock and roll. Shouldn't say sponsored by Mad About Panda instead of Yerba Buena. Overjoyed Android, they told me, they said, make sure to thank, when you start your stream, make sure to thank Yerba Buena and Focus Entertainment. I just added the Mad About Pandas because they were the devs, right? I'm doing what they told me to. All right. Now, one thing we got to make sure is that the VSync is on. Okay, VSync is on. Good. Okay, quality level high. Good. All right. Let's go. New game. Let's rock and roll. I'm not early, Mighty Rabbit. This is my new starting time. My new starting time, if you want to put a hashtag new time, is noon Eastern now. San Francisco, 1976. 4 years before I was born.
What the? Oh, crap. Not again.
Time changes in the
Hey,
EU, US.
Bob.
No, I actually changed my time on my
Russell.
own, Mighty Rabbit.
You're my
It wasn't
savior.
due to like daylight savings time
More
or
like the
anything.
drunken uncle you never had. But anyway, hop in. Let's get out of here. We can toss your bike in the trunk.
That voice sounds familiar. Oh, I was just getting into it, dude. There we go.
So, where are you headed?
Nowhere, I guess. My life seems to be stuck in an endless loop.
Oh, she's an
I know
NPC.
what you mean. Today I told the same joke to 3 different passengers.
Thanks, Scott.
Routine is a hell of a drug.
Yeah, well, at least your routine includes a job. Mine is just one big punchline. Oh, what am I gonna do?
That's me, Barb. That's me. I moved to San Francisco from Wisconsin 9 months ago. So far, having a hard time finding work and getting settled, even though I've met some amazing friends here. And Russell, my loyal friend, drives a taxi.
Sounds like you could use a moment. How about we just tool around the neighborhood a bit in the meantime?
Thanks, Russ. Say, you really cleaned up in here.
I know, right? It's like a completely different taxi without all the junk everywhere. Have a look around.
A toaster?
And let me know when you decide where you want to go.
Oh, cool. You got the toaster up and running.
Yep, a couple of new heating coils did the job. Just finished her up this afternoon during my break.
I hope we can unload it this Saturday at the flea market while we still have the chance.
Or before it starts glitching.
I'm really gonna miss the flea market. It's hard to believe this is the last week.
Well, believe it. Once they break ground on the park development, it's game over.
My one source of income in this world, and it's about to get gentrified out of existence.
It's a real.
Did they
kick
know
in
the word
cojones.
gentrified in
But
the
you're a
70s?
natural, Barb. I've never seen anyone with your nose for digging up valuable old junk. We made a hell of a team.
Well, here I am, 26, and my one marketable skill is dumpster diving. What happened here?
Hit and run job.
Oh, man.
No mystery who did it, though. You know those biker gangs that have started popping up everywhere in the hate?
Yeah,
One
I
of
saw them in the trailer.
sideswiped me on Stannion last week.
Oh, I hate those guys. Macho jerks.
I know, right? They act like they run the city all of a sudden.
Oh, also, I actually did Spanish to English translation, and I put in Yerba Buena, and it came up spearmint. I mean, it's literally translates, I think, to good herb, which I was like, oh, good herb, San Francisco, but yeah.
Ouch!
Yeah, watch out for that thing.
Stupid glitch.
It started doing that a few days ago.
Okay, so we're
Still
aware
works,
we're in a
but
video
everyone
game.
treats me like I'm some kind of crooked cabbie.
Okay.
My fridge is still glitching. It's been weeks now. I heard again on the news that they think it's a problem with the electrical grid.
I don't think anyone still believes that story. There's something seriously buggy going on with this city, and nobody's being straight about it.
Okay. What else we got? Oh, hold on. Let me look at my keys.
Can't believe I got another flat tire. That's the second time on the way to a job interview.
Job interview? Where? I can still get you there.
Nah, I'm already half an hour late. There's no point in showing my face now.
Keep your chin up, Barb. You'll get him next time.
No,
No,
I won't, Russ.
show up!
That's the thing. You know what happened last time? I went up to this storefront on Valencia. I'd never
You're
seen
definitely
before.
not going to get the job if you don't show
It's a new
up.
business. Maybe
But if
they're
you show up,
hiring,
there's
right?
still a chance.
And?
And it was a fake storefront, Russ. A set for a movie or something. Felt like such a loser. It turned out the whole block was fake.
Well, that's weird.
Why? It's all part of the universe's plan to keep me jobless.
How do you turn the wheel or turn without moving the wheel? Oh, we're in a video game. And we know we're in a video game, apparently. So he said it's glitching.
Oh,
Prote-
cool, they
oh.
ran it. Jorge's big investigative report.
Yeah, it's crazy some of the dirt he dug up about the park development. You know the Board of Supervisors was set to block the deal? But then Fisher got himself added to the board.
Who?
Noel Fisher. Dude, he's the guy behind the whole scam. It's on page 2.
Dude!
He got himself appointed to the Board of Supervisors as the tie-breaking vote, just so he could vote for his own plan.
Ew, gross.
He looks like the guy who
Well,
wrote
I guess there's no
the
stopping progress, right?
GLaDOS song. Still Alive. Also wrote the Zombie Re Your Brain song. What the fuck's his name? Can't remember his name. John Coltrane. Or Colton. Jonathan Colton, yeah.
So, what's the plan?
Well, I guess I'd better get my bike fixed for starters. Can you think of someplace I can get the tire patched? Like, for free?
Sure, we can run it by Jorge's store. His folks have a bunch of tools in the basement.
Good idea.
He and Wanda should be back by now from that big Save the Park demonstration. Oh, that reminds me. There's supposed to be an
Lot of
interview
new
on
moon
KQED
stores.
right now with Noel Fisher, the guy who's turning the park into office blocks. Let's hear what the yuppie princeling has to say for himself.
Reports of a biker on a violent rampage in the Mission District.
The controversial plan to buy up Yerba Buena Park was approved last week. Today, we're joined by Noel himself, founder of OM Technologies. Good afternoon.
Hello, very groovy to be here.
Groovy.
Am I saying that right?
So groovy,
OM
everyone.
Technologies?
It's Ohm, like
Very calming. You know, there are people who are accusing you of destroying the city's soul. They're quick to point out that Yerba Buena was the city's original name, before it was even called San Francisco. What do you say to those angry folks out there?
Well, San Francisco has to change in order to survive, right?
Today, the city is filled with crime, cults, biker gangs, and a glitch that's growing worse by the day. I think
That's
this
what makes it
version of San
cool.
Francisco is a lot closer to going extinct than most people realize.
So, how does it make you feel when you see people out there protesting your plans to develop the park?
Hey, power to the people, right? I love the activist community. To all those beautiful people out at the park protesting against me every day, I say, peace.
Peace,
Well, there you have
groovy
it.
peace.
Tell us about your plans for the park. What can we expect?
I'm so glad you asked, Darlene. Well, first, we're going to build a giant TV tower. And then a beautiful live workspace for the tech workers of tomorrow with all the amenities. Chai tea in the morning, Tai Chi in the afternoon.
That does sound progressive. Several environmental groups
You don't have to
raised
say chai tea.
concerns
Chai means
about
tea.
your TV tower, claiming that its high-frequency radiation will make the glitching worse.
On the contrary, Darlene, Sutro Tower is going to broadcast positive vibes to every part of San Francisco. It's the first step towards healing this city and making it profitable.
We'll be looking forward to it.
Ah, what a corporate weasel that guy is. Very groovy to be here.
Yeah, let's check him out. Wanda is my friend, driving instructor, active in the protest save Yerba Buena Park with Jorge. Jorge is my friend, manages his parents' convenience store, active in the protests. Okay. And Noel, CEO of Ohm Technology, plans to ruin Yerba Buena by building an office park and a TV tower. Things. The Glitch. Yerba Buena Park. Ohm Technologies. I have found a newspaper and a toaster. Okay.
I guess he means well on some twisted level, but what's the point of killing the city just to save it?
Jorge must be having a fit right now listening to this.
Noita for the ad. I think we might just do Batman because I wanted to check out
Speaking
Lego
of
Batman,
Jorge,
but we'll see.
Shouldn't we be there by now? It feels like we're driving in circles.
I hadn't noticed. I guess I'm just a slave to routine. I'd give anything for a little variety. What the? Get out of the car!
Oh my god!
Dad?
Start driving, asshole!
Did I have fun with Noita? Yeah. All right, let's go. Journal entry unlocked. What do I get? Bear. Oh, Bear, the crazy biker guy who hijacked Russell's taxi and took him hostage. All right, let's go. Time for the game to begin.
God. Where is he? Oh no, where'd they go? Huh, the biker lost his suitcase.
Hey, Barb, get over here.
All right, Jorge.
Jorge, Wanda.
Okay, that was fun while it lasted.
We know, we heard the crash.
That crazy biker guy smashed the taxi into the brewery and dragged Russell inside. He's taking Russell hostage.
Oh my god. Poor Russ. This suitcase, it belongs to the biker. Maybe it's important enough that he'll trade us Russell to get it back.
I have no idea what a bear power-up is, Barb, but that seems like a long shot.
Yeah, well, we gotta do something.
Let's open up the suitcase and see what's inside at least.
I have some bolt cutters in the basement that should do the job. Go into the store and get to the basement. I gotta keep an eye on the register. Wanda will stay out here.
Not that I'm complaining, but I wonder why this takes place in the 70s. I wonder why they picked the 70s. Oh, okay. So, in case you missed it, we know that we are in a video game. Like the characters that I'm playing and those guys, everybody knows we're in a video game. So I'm guessing this guy is T-posing on purpose. T-pose guy.
Hey, are you okay?
You talking to that guy blocking aisle 2? That's T, the delivery guy. He hasn't moved an inch since last week.
Huh, poor guy.
Lick his pits? Okay. Can I crouch? No, I can't. Okay.
Jeez, they still haven't found those kidnapped bankers.
Dirk
This city gets
Wallmaker.
weirder and weirder by the moment. Oh, it's so sweet that you kept this photo of me and Wanda. I'd only been in the city for a week or two at this point. You were the best first roommate anyone could have had.
You were such an innocent Midwesterner then. I still remember the look on your face the first time I took you bar hopping.
Is she speaking from my pocket?
Hey, it's great that you're making yourself at home in here, but in case you've forgotten, we're in the middle of a hostage crisis.
Right. I don't know what's gotten into me. I can't stop exploring for some reason.
There we go.
Wanda, I hardly see you these days since you got so involved in the protests.
Huh? Oh, yeah. Well, there's one last big rally on Saturday. But to be honest, I think it's pretty much a lost cause since Noel Fisher got the votes to start development.
Hey, speaking of noble causes, how about we try to save our friend?
Okay, jeez. Let me explore a little. Wow, you are a tiny man. Ow!
Ow, what's with the shelf?
It started glitching 2 days ago. I've marked down all the stuff there by 50%, but nobody's touching it.
It's so cute your parents framed this, Jorge. They're all proud of their son, the ace reporter.
I'm going to help him. I've got to explore first, though, Hundy.
The way the city's changing. But speaking of killers, there is still a crazed biker on the loose, Barb.
Yerba Buena refers to 1, an island in San Francisco and areas, and 2, a plant, aka Oregon tea, a rambling aromatic herb of western and northwestern USA. Okay. Is that it? Okay, let's go. Okay.
Are you vacuuming back there?
Sorry, I turned it on by accident. I was just thinking how we never would have met without this old Electrolux.
Yeah, all because my parents wouldn't give me the money to buy a new one. Go get one from the flea market, they said. From those deadbeats selling the junk down there.
Huh.
I will play the arcade game. Oh, it's broken!
Are you playing the arcade game back there? I thought you were gonna get the bolt cutters.
I will!
I just wanted to see if my high score is still saved. You ever gonna get this thing fixed?
Just try getting a repair person in here since the glitch started. Forget it.
Don't give me shit to look at and then complain about it.
Don't you want to unpack this stuff from the truck, Jorge?
Not possible. Everything stuck together when it went glitchy.
Ew, gross.
Barb,
Gross?
Dios mío. We need to open up the suitcase and find out what's inside. Get to the basement, will ya?
Okay, I'm going.
Okay. Grab the bolt cutters. Here we go.
Whoa. This isn't good.
And now the game begins.
Oh, crap. Jorge? Wanda?
I have before, Strider.
Whoa.
I don't do it regularly, but I have before.
What the... What is this thing? What? Oh my god. Where am I?
Welcome, Bear.
Huh?
Oscillator tutorial chamber 1. Copy and paste.
You can move by copy and pasting motion from other objects in the environment. Okay.
Cool.
There we go. And that's the core mechanic of the game. You take motion or active like things like if you point at a vacuum, you can point at something else and make it suck. Like a vacuum sucks.
Chamber 2. Reset.
R to reset it. Okay.
Chamber 3. Ghost objects.
For science. Nope. If the glitchy object you want to reset has moved too far away, you can also reset it by aiming at its ghost image and pressing R. Okay, there we go. Okay.
Chamber 4. Objects in three-dimensional space.
The hologram above the oscillator shows the direction. Oh, the direction of motion you copied. Oh, okay. Oh, so if I wanted to go. Okay. I see. So I copied that one and it goes that way. Okay, so it keeps the direction of motion when you copy it. Got it.
Chamber 5. Oscillator range limit.
Range limit. Okay. The oscillator's limited range. Objects too far away cannot be copied or pasted. Got it. Yep. Okay. Oh, can only be carried. Copy trace can only be carried a limited number of steps indicated by the circle around the crosshair. Okay. Oh, the whole building? Oh my god, yes! Whoops! Damn it! Bye-bye home. Oh, come on. Poop out another brick! There you go, thank you. And away we go! Okay.
Chamber 6. Pasting multiple traits.
Multiple traits, okay. Ow! Ow! Shit! Okay.
Final chamber. Scanning your environment.
Scan your environment pressing Q. Scanning, highlighting all moving and glitching objects.
Scanning is an easy way to find objects to copy
okay.
and paste. Use it early and often.
Whee!
Oscillator tutorial concluded. Stand by to return to the game map.
Oh, thank God, back here. Phew. Okay, Ugh, locked. How do I get out of here now? Oh, yes, it works.
Oh, the cars. Right.
Awesome.
Okay.
Wanda and Jorge are not gonna believe this.
This is great. I like this.
Jeez, what took you so long? Things went crazy out here while you were
Crazy! This game is
We got stuck in the
crazy!
basement, Jorge, and transported to another world.
No way.
I only escaped thanks to this thing.
What is that? It looks like you stuck a plunger onto a tape recorder. You think the biker will give us Russell for that?
Forget trading it. You know what it does? I used it to move a freaking truck in the backyard. We can't afford to give it back to that lunatic.
Earl's
The police can barely
fine, I'm
handle him as it
sure.
is.
But what about Russell? What do we do?
I can bring Russell back myself with this thing.
You crazy, Barb?
Leave it to
Are
the
you
cops for
crazy?
once.
I think they give him any excuse to
I'm
stay
gonna go
crazy.
See what I can find out at least.
Okay, but take this walkie-talkie and leave it on, will you?
Call us before you do anything stupid.
Roger that. I'll be in touch.
Not bolt cutters, that's what it is. All right, get info about Russ.
Hey, kid, you trying to get yourself killed out here?
The hostage in there. He's my friend. Are you gonna save him?
Fat chance. The shooter won't negotiate. The only way in there right now is through the roof.
Roof.
And the chopper doesn't get here for another hour.
Got it.
Now beat it.
Okay. Through the roof.
What did the cops have to say?
They want to force their way in through the roof, but I don't think they care what happens to Russell in the process. If I'm gonna save him, I gotta get up to that 17 reasons sign first, before the cops do.
Okay. Reach the brewery roof. Grab this.
What is this thing?
Hit it with this. Yeah! Damn it! Oh, shit! Okay, car, I'm gonna need you to come back down. There you go, thank you. There we go. Oh, it's spinning now. Okay, okay. So I can use the spinning motion. Oh.
Devlog for March 12th, 2050. This is Anna Herzog, Pyramid Interactive.
Oh,
This
devlog
tweet
for the
can
game
be
that
used
we
for
are
a
currently
getaway
in.
car chase after Bear escapes from the brewery. I think all the spilled fruit on the car is a really nice touch.
Okay. Okay, so you can't take motion from an item that you've activated. Only from the original item. There we go. Oh. Ah. Okay, so I can't take it too far from the original thing. No, not far enough, or too far. Okay. Grab this.
Every time we put NPCs in these houses, they become self-aware and start messing up the gameplay. So, we'd better leave them empty for now, in my opinion. The AI in this production is really impressive, but man, it's causing a lot of problems.
Okay. Oh, turn it slower, maybe. Oh, come on! That wasn't that high.
How did I get back here?
Give me the thing. There you go. All right. come on. Ah, you stupid. Up. There we go. Okay. Okay, too high. Up. Oh, okay, we're good. Okay, so if it's attached, it can't do the motion then. Nope. All right. I'm just making all the cars go up and down. Good, good. Oh. Oh, invisible wall. Damn it. Okay. Nope. Okay. That thing is locked in place. Oh, I think I go... Okay, okay. I go here, and then I get car movement to make it... make the building separate. There we go. No, okay, so that can't come this way. Okay. So, yeah, now this is gonna come to me. Nope, not like that. Like this. What? Come over here. What are you doing? Okay. Okay, so I can't go that way, then... Oh, okay. You can go this way, though. There we go. Shit. Shit. I missed my ride. Okay. Now, upsy daisies. And we go... there. Oh. That hidden fist is gonna be good for something. There we go, all the way. Sort of. Okay. We got over here. Oh, now we have to... get something that's coming... that's going this way. Oh, I can climb up there. Okay. Nope. Gimme. There you go. How far? How far? Oh, we got plenty. Plenty of room. What the hell? Get up there! Move it, hippie! Get out of my way! Up, up, up. There we go. And now we're moving. Oh, you gotta be joking me. No, it went all the way back. No. Oh, wait. No, it should be able to slide over this. What the hell? There we go. This way. To the right. Oh, is it because of the people? What is it catching on? Oh. A wall? Ah! Oh, that piece of brick. Yeah, probably. Can you not use the people walking? No. No. Oh, I can use this though. And the solution presents itself. Let's go. Now there's a dev note down in there. I really want to get it. I think I have to. You know, I don't even think I need this house then. If I just use this. Yeah, I'm supposed to jump while the room moved. Yeah, I think that's, yeah, you're right. Okay. Holy moly, 220 there for a Sicily. Dude, give me, yeah, thank you. Wow. Jumping, jumping, jumping. Platformer, jumping, okay. Got you. Oh, and that's another way you can just get in there. All right, cool. I did get it, didn't I? How come the devlog didn't pop up? All right, whatever. Oh, there's a tape recorder. There it is. Yet. Damn it. You idiot! There we go. Now, can I get this from here? Yes, I can. Okay, I didn't even need to go in the building. Oh. No! Wait, isn't it supposed to go up and down? Oh, no, so it's just... Oh, whichever way it's... Okay. Yeah, the sign went up and down, though. Damn it. Well, that's what she said. Thank you, Focus Entertainment, for making him spoil only the very beginning of the game. Old Tommy was here. Good old Tommy. No, not down. I need up. I need up. Up me, up me, up me, up, 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 up. There we go. Whee! Ha ha! Okay, now I need down though. I don't think I can survive this. Ooh. Nope. Oh, good. That's all I wanted. Thank you. Man, there's a lot of secrets to find in this game. I think I'd probably be here all day if I went for every secret. Don't you? What? That should definitely be able to go uppies. Can I go downies? There it goes. Okay, it can go downies. The air is worded. Everything is hollow. The world goes on forever. Only one of us is alive. Look at the arrows. Karma Carpets. Best brands here. Robert Downey's Jr. Put bacon in pancakes. That's a hell of a good idea. Okay. I have reached the brewery roof. Uppies. There we go. Oh, there's tons of shit in here. Who's this? Bear. Bones. Viper. Gecko. And mustache knife face. Metal. Inspect the metal. Bay Angels medal. Oh, the Bay Angels got a medal from like the city, probably. Is that car floating on the street? Yeah, I made that car do that. Yep. That's my special gun that did it. Am I not? Oh yeah. Oh, T-pose guy, yeah. Oscillator.
This street can be used for a getaway cut.
Okay.
Every time we put NPCs.
Okay. Okay, so yeah, I don't know. It's not reading this shit. 1 second. 2 minutes ago. Okay. Let's see. My son also calls me Mustache Knife Face.
How's it looking?
It's a great
Promising.
name. Oh,
I've made
come
it as far as the brewery
on!
Backyard.
Nice. There must be a way onto the roof from back there.
I didn't think that was 2 minutes ago that I did this. There we go. Jesus. No, I need uppies. Uppies, not downies. I should be saying stuff about this, I'd imagine. About any of these. All right. Oh, let's see. I need something spinnies. Oh, god damn it. There we go.
Oh my god, Russ.
Russ!
Okay. Oh, I can't get back up there. Yo, all right, Joe McCron, thank you for the 118 months. There we go. Something spinny. That doesn't work. How'd you like Noita? It was an experience, man. Yep, those don't spin. I kind of want to go back to it at some point. Because I feel like, you know, there's a lot to discover here. Oh, what's this? Oh, interact. Russ.
Oh.
Oh, Barb.
I suppose I could have done this
lift
first.
this
Yeah.
thing up and get me out.
Citro. Oh, Citro gifted you that sub. Hell yeah.
Dispatch, this is Charlie Tango 224, over. I'm at the airport.
Oh no, he's delirious.
Okay. So I need Kettle to go uppies. And that's too far away. No, no. Oh, that I can make that spinnies. Okay. then I can make elevator go uppies, and then take the uppies from the elevator and put it on the kettle. There we go. Yo, Kenny V. Gardner, thank you for the 12 months. Uppies. Ugh, got him! Right in the beard! Oh, wait a minute, that guy's a PC!
What? How did I get back here?
Barb, it's happening again!
Russell? Jorge, I'm back in the alley now. What just happened?
I move like they do.
Hey, Viper, this is Bones.
Oh.
What just happened is that Bear died and everything reset.
Huh?
You know the drill. Anytime the big guy dies, he starts the mission again from the beginning and we all go back with him.
You mean I have to do that all over again?
Since when?
Negative. There's a shortcut this time. A hole in the brewery wall right where the taxi crashed.
Oh.
Okay, so I'm supposed to go in through the hole in the wall by the taxi. But then what?
The cops aren't waiting around this time. They're planning to storm the brewery because Bear threatened to kill the hostage.
Kill the hostage?
You gotta go into the brewery and keep the cops from getting in with the ram. Block
Gotta
the
shoot
door
the
with
shoot the
something.
hostage.
All right, protect Bear and protect the hostage. I'm ready.
Okay, enter brewery through hole, block police from getting in. Okay. There's the hole. Wait, what happened to my gun? Oh. Ugh. Damn it! I went too far up. Okay. Okay. Oh, there's tons of secrets in this. Yeah.
What? How did I get back here?
Tons of little collectibles and stuff.
Russell?
Viper, what happened? I thought you were gonna block the brewery door.
I was too slow. The cops got in.
Oh, I was too slow.
You gotta try
Okay.
again. Until he escapes the brewery, we're all stuck in this time loop. Go back inside the brewery and make sure the cops don't get in this time.
All right, take two.
There we go. Put that in front of the door. And now.
Hey!
Hey, no! No!
Good job, Viper. Bear's escaping over the rooftops. I can see him. Find a way out of there and meet me and Bear later tonight at the Iron Horse.
The Iron Horse?
You know, the rendezvous point.
Barb, are you okay? This frequency has been jammed for half an hour. The strangest thing has been happening. Some kind of jump in time.
Yeah, it's the biker. He was causing it. Listen, Jorge, I blew it. I tried to save Russell, but the biker took him and left.
I know. We saw. We'll find him. But right now, you've got to get out of there. The cops think you're an accomplice, part of the gang.
Okay. Oh. The stairway's been repaired. Well, that's nice. Yes, like stuff like this is hidden all over the place. Vincent gifting a sub to Tongi1. Thank you very much, and welcome back, Tongi1. Okay, so there's got to be a way to get out there and go around, probably. And there's this one. Wait a minute. If I can get that. Yep, that door will move away from me, I think. Yeah, it will. This door right here. Ah, get out of here. And give me this. Thank you. That should be something. I should be getting stuff from this. Oh. Uppies? Uppies and outies? Oh. How about that? Well, that doesn't help.
We've been watching you, Barbara.
We've been watching you, Barbara. Oh, what the? Now, see here. Oh, okay.
Whew, okay. Where am I?
I want to be big.
Abandon hope, Bay Angel Bikers. You will not survive here.
Svenznadar knows all.
Barbara, if you are worthy, you will find us at the end of this level. We will help you save your friend, the taxi man. But if you are an imposter, you will perish like so many before who dared to disturb our sanctuary.
Oh, is that what the name means? Svenznadar knows all?
If that is truly the oscillator you are holding, and not a trick, this cassette tape will expand your powers.
Okay.
Place it into the oscillator. It will allow you to turn solid objects
into thin air. Oh, nice. Okay. Try your new power. I will. Oh. Oh, I turned it into steam. Okay. Horsey says nay to pigs.
I guess they're as down on Noel Fisher in this place as we are. Amazing how that guy just brings people together.
There we go. Now it seems fixed. Oh. Okay. Well, I turned that to steam. Oh, the duckies. Of course. Bye. Okay. Get lost, bikers. Nope. Oh my god. Okay. Reset that. Reset that. Take, nope, no, not this. Take this. There we go. And move that guy over here. Or not. Oh, turn. There we go. There we go. Bingo. Bingo. I'm smart.
Oh boy, this again. Viper here.
What happened to the prison map? Does Bear have it?
I'm not sure. We got split up getting out of the brewery.
Where are you anyway?
I'm supposed to meet Bear here in the, amusement park.
Amusement park? That's not part of the game map. Listen, get over to the Iron Horse as fast as you can. We've got to strap up before we hit the bunker tonight.
Okay, I get it.
What's this? Reach the end of the amusement park. Let me...
Geez, where'd you go?
I don't know, but it's definitely not 17th and Mission. I'm in some kind of amusement park. So far, this place is cool. I vaporized a big wooden booth. And there are these two hippie guys waiting at the end who say they can help save Russell.
Well, back here on planet Earth, Jorge is looking for info about the Bay Angel biker gang.
Tell him to look for something called the Iron Horse.
What is that? A dive bar?
I don't know, but the bikers are meeting there later, so it's a good bet Russell will be there too.
Okay. Now can I look at this? Thank you.
Wow, even Russell's taxi is here. And my poor smashed up bike in the trunk.
Oh. There, up. Yeah, okay, good. Here we go. Ow!
Ouch!
What am I hitting? Oh, there's a fucking roof there. Okay, let's grab some steam. Turn that into steam. Grab this. And go uppies. Oh, and then reset. Okay. Bingo. Is there an uppies, like, if you want an uppies emote and the whatever, what were you talking about? Uppies and coggers? I can, if you give me the links, I'll add those. They're good emotes that probably will be used a few times here and there. Okay, that's where I came from. Oh, this is new. This is new. Okay, never mind. Okay. There we go. Svezndar knows all.
Here, 5
Yes.
playable characters have died trying to climb the frog machine. Don't say I didn't warn you.
Okay.
Whoever these two hippie guys are, I bet they make a mean margarita.
Oh, it starts it over? Okay. Oh. It doesn't seem like it's possible. Okay, Coggers is added. I'm just waiting for Uppies to load, I guess. Oh, it comes back down. Damn it. Oh, shit. Okay, so I need different motion. I need, like, right and left motion. There we go. Bingo. Okay, so now that'll hit that. Bing, bong. Okay. Try that. Dink. Donk. Dink. Yay! We did it! There. That's Uppies? The little jumping. I thought Uppies would be someone with their hands up, like Uppies, Uppies. But all right, we've got Coggers and Uppies. Yo, Kid Ween, thank you for the 95 months. This is now a Texan subscription. It is. Oh. What's this? Door? What did I do? I opened the door, but... Huh. I need an Uppies. It looks like I'm supposed to be able to press that button. That was too fast! The Uppies was too fast! Oh, it's already down. Oh, come on. I'm probably supposed to be able to. Yeah, okay. Okay. Yo, 150 for the super mutant. Big numbers. Holy cow. Okay. I feel like I'm not getting this. There's something I'm... Oh, I know. Okay. No, not down. I want... Not uppies. I want downies. Downies! Oh, I need steamies first. Steamies. No, I don't. No, I need... There we go. Oh, it went all the way out. Oh, God. Okay, it's gone now. All right, so first we need righties. Or lefties. Lefties. And now downies. There we go. And now we need uppies. Bingo. Uh-oh. There. Okay. Uppies! Smart! Not dumb like people say. I'm smart and I deserve respect.
The delivery truck from Jorge's store. What's it doing here? So, Wanda, this place is like a funhouse mirror version of San Francisco. Everything's here. The truck from Jorge's store, even the doggy diner.
Love their fries.
Point is, maybe the Iron Horse is somewhere in here too.
That would help, because Jorge and I aren't having any luck finding it in the real San Francisco. We've been through the entire business registry.
Reach the end of the amusement park. Okay. Say no to the man. Well, unfortunately, I think I'm the man. Wait a minute. What's up here? What's up here? Up the ladder. Lady, let's go up the ladder. There we go. Oh, there's a thing.
Leon, I found these old carnival assets in an abandoned level of the game. I think they can help protect our sanctuary against the recent invaders. I just wish there was something we could do to liven up the color scheme. A few more pink flamingos would really help.
Yeah. Oh, I need a spinny to spinny this thingy. Okay. Or not. Okay. Whatever. Oh, I'm getting in the car. Okay, here we go. Hands up, everybody.
Mark, do you copy?
Jorge, where are you?
I'm in the microfilm stacks in the mission library, looking up old newspaper articles about the Bay Angels, trying to learn their weaknesses.
Oh, Jorge, you're the only person I know who would head to the library to fight a biker gang.
Yeah, well, turns out they were special forces in Vietnam, some kind of biker gang brigade.
Really?
And get this,
Is that a
the
real
army
thing?
injected them with superpowers.
You're kidding me.
I wish. So, the leader, the bald guy, he's called Bear. Superhuman strength and endurance. He broke out of prison with this other guy, Bones.
The guy on the walkie-talkie.
Right, a safecracker with a photographic memory. And there is a couple other members of the gang who are still locked up, including a street fighter called
Not everything has to do with
Oh,
Vietnam,
yeah,
Walter.
Well, this is all good info, Jorge, but it doesn't bring us any closer to finding Russell.
Not yet, no. I checked every business listing in the city for an iron horse, but came up empty so far. I'll let you know if I find something.
The Docks of Delight.
Step right up and witness the workplace of tomorrow in all its corporate horror.
Oh, no. I left so much stuff behind, though. So many collectibles left uncollected. Reach the ground floor before your spirit breaks. Okay.
10 floors of soul-crushing monotony? Ugh. Okay, I need to reach the bottom.
I will make a cup of Joe. Oh, and I can have the steam from it. Ha-ha.
Welcome
Hello?
to the workplace
of tomorrow.
Oh, it's pre-recorded.
the future office park of Ohm Technology workers.
9 more floors to go. There we go. Ah, okay. My steam wasn't far enough. Okay.
No desks, you say? No problem. At Ohm Technology, every employee will soon be working from a beanbag, sofa, or in a yogic posture.
Oh, brother.
Need a break? Reliable workers are always on the job. Okay, that's where I pop down. Okay, that's where I can pop back through. I just need to find some coffee. Coffee. Anybody got coffee? Oh, or I can just go down the stairs. Oh, do I have to go up to go down? Maybe.
Need a break? Reserve one of our mini chill-out pods. we offer cutting-edge perks like free fruit and occasionally fancy trail mix.
Mmm, fancy. Oh, where's the fucking coffee? Coffee. It's over there. No! I was gonna say, that doesn't seem right. Is there an uppy downy? Aha, there we go. Nope, never mind. That's what I call breaking through the glass ceiling. Oh, indeed. Nope. That's not gonna work, is it? No. Nope, I need uppy downies. Yeah, because this ain't gonna go. Yeah. No, it's locked in, so up or down or disappear.
Here our workers will enjoy a 3-minute guided meditation that is beamed directly into their brain cortexes. Positive vibes.
Oh, there's coffee right there. God damn, there we go. Make the Joe. There we go. Open. Open. No, we don't want that. There we go. Now we got lefty righties. We got spinnies. There we go. Yeah, we're getting close to the end of this. We got about 25 minutes left, 24. Well, let's just call it 30. Let's call it an even 30. Want to thank Yerba Buena and Focus Entertainment for sponsoring today's stream. Also, the devs of the game made an excellent game, and their name is Mad About Pandas. I knew it was pandas. I forgot it was Mad About Pandas. So thank you for sponsoring today's stream. You can get it right now. Check out the link at the top of the chat box. Hit that link for me. For me! Not for anybody else but me. Just because you love me. Well, then we're in the whole office. Okay. Does Co get any money? What would make you click it? If I said yes or no? Well, I better... Nope. Okay. There's a wall there. I think I'm supposed to make that wall come to me. Nope. Gotta be going this way. I don't think that's gonna work. Oh, did I do something? I didn't realize I did. No. That'll do. No, it won't. There we go. So I gotta find a way to get down there. Oh, I think I gotta bring this to me. Yeah, there we go. You, come here. Oh, yeah. Think I can make it? I just jump down? Yeah, we did it. Did it my way. Maybe not intended. But we did it. There it is.
Finally, a way out of the workplace of tomorrow.
Nailed it. Nailed it. And there's the Iron Horse.
Aha! Hey, Wanda?
Yeah?
The Iron Horse. I figured it out. It's not a bar. It's a ship. Search the city for a ship called the Iron Horse.
All right, we'll run it down.
The Iron Horse.
Oh, God, don't do that. What? What hit me? Thank you, Smiling Big. All right, that's it. Let's go. Level complete.
Barb, guess what?
Go ahead, Jorge.
I ran down that lead you gave Wanda, and it checks out. A tanker ship called the Iron Horse is docked at the port. It's been sitting there for months, according to the registry.
I knew it.
And get this, it's registered to a really shady holding company with ties to organized crime.
The guy Bones said the bikers are planning to meet there today before they attack the prison bunker.
I'll bet you dollars to donuts it's a floating weapons arsenal. Wanda's gonna go out there in a little while to keep an eye on it.
Wait, Wanda?
Yeah, she's gonna lay low and wait for Bear to show up before tipping off the police. We want everyone on that boat when the cops arrive.
I hope I can get out of this place in time to help. I think there's only a little further to go.
You've reached the inner sanctum. Proceed up the ladder. Please
will.
note that Leon's silent meditation lasts all day.
Oh, cinematic.
Namaste.
What up,
We've been
Florian?
expecting you, Barbara. Are you ready to receive
Barbara.
Could we maybe start with a glass of water? It's been a long trip.
I am Florian, the telepath. This is Leon, the inventor, builder of the amusement park and creator of that device you hold, the oscillator. He welcomes you and wishes you peace.
How can you tell?
Shh. Your questions will be answered, but they must be asked according to the rules. You may ask the fortune tellers in the teacups as many questions as you like. When you are done, you may head into the large teapot to watch the magic picture show.
Okay, so fortune tellers in the teacups, then into the teapot for a movie. Got it.
Ask questions, then head to the magic teapot. Sounds good. What do you got?
This amusement park. What is this place?
We found the assets lying around in the game hierarchy, unused. They belong to a level that the developers created for the Bay Angels to assassinate their enemy inside an amusement park. A typically violent and inane storyline. Since the rides were designed to challenge the bikers, we chose them to defend our sanctuary.
Okay. Yeah, I made that reference right away, Super Mutant. They're coming for you, Barbara. Oh, T-Pose is here!
Who's this guy? He looks like the delivery man at my friend's store.
That's our brother and dear friend T.
No offense, but he doesn't seem like the most entertaining companion.
Maybe not, Barbara, but T is the only one of us who is truly without sin. An innocent lamb, untouched by envy or greed. A blank NPC with no programming.
Is that jacket a trophy from a slain biker?
On the contrary, Barbara.
Oh, he's wearing
that
a jacket.
was once mine. I, too, was once a member of the Bay Angel gang, lost on a road of violence and
Oh, it's
crime,
you talking.
until I met Leon, who taught me the meaning of love.
Okay.
What's behind the glitch anyway? What's causing it?
It's the developers. They make mistakes. They place a house in the wrong position or give a chair the wrong collider. They have a tool that scans the environment for mistakes and marks them. The marking looks one way to them, but like a glitch to us.
Huh. If they're such hotshots, I wouldn't expect the glitch to be everywhere.
Yeah, stupid developers not being hotshots.
It's Yerba Buena Park. You guys also want to save it.
Leon does not interfere in worldly matters. But he does keep a close eye on the activities of his brother.
Brother?
Yes, Noel is his corrupted younger sibling and mirror image. There will come a time when Noel's ambitions pose just as great a threat to the city as the bikers and their violence.
It looks like this guy is feeling a butt. He's got a big old booty right in front of him, and he's giving it a little feel like, oh, that's a nice booty. I'm gonna touch it.
How come Leon doesn't talk at all?
His silence is repentance for a grave mistake he made many years ago. He nearly allowed his own brother, Noel, to destroy the world we inhabit. Since then, Leon has pursued inner enlightenment in silence. Only I, Florian the telepath, am able to hear his thoughts and share his teachings with others.
Okay. Now we head into the Magic Teapot to watch a movie.
In the beginning was the Word, and the Word was...
Groovy!
Peace, man.
Peace! Ah, so that was close.
I know, but it gets better, don't worry. In the name of peace, Leon the inventor sought to perfect the many creatures of this earth, all its flora and fauna.
Cool.
He watched the developers who created this world and the tool they used to fix its mistakes. And so, Leon made his own version of their tool, the oscillator. Copying and pasting, Leon tried to perfect this half-finished world, to transform the hills of San Francisco into an endless summer of love, without war or hate, but with excellent conga parties. The dream, however, became a nightmare the day the Bay Angels arrived. Unleashed upon the world by the developers, biker gangs ran amok, spilling blood in the streets. And Leon's hopes of creating a utopia faded and died. As we discussed what to do, a frightening proposal came from within our very circle. Leon's brother wanted to use the oscillator to destroy the Bay Angels and perfect the world, but in his own corrupted image.
Ah, the CEO
Fearing
guy.
danger on all sides, Leon sank the oscillator to the bottom of the bay so it would never fall into evil hands. Despairing of the world, he retreated into this place to pursue inner enlightenment in silence. And so things remained until today, when he had a troubling vision. The oscillator, retrieved from the bay by a mysterious woman, then nearly delivered into the hands of our worst enemy, but intercepted somehow by a complete nobody.
Hey!
And so naturally, Barbara, we were keen to meet you. Having leveled up your skills, you must now return to the streets of San Francisco and use this device to defeat the Bay Angels and save your friend. But be careful never to kill their leader. He will only respawn at an earlier checkpoint, somewhere earlier in time, where he can slip through your fingers. Good luck, Barbara, and namaste.
Yeah, Hitchhiker's Guide. Yeah, sure. I can totally see that.
Barb, what are you doing here?
Wanda!
Come on, get in.
I really hope there's a way to replay levels so I can go back and get all the
Did you just fall out
collectibles
of
I
the
missed.
sky? Pretty much. Those two hippie guys sent me here. First they told me about a bunch of developers who supposedly made the world, but I didn't really get it. And then they teleported me here, right to where I guess they knew you'd find me.
Yeah, well, they cut it awfully close. I nearly ran you over. I guess those guys know the streets around here better than I do. We need to hightail it to the shipyards and the Iron Horse, but I think I'm lost. Jorge said there's an unguarded entrance to the docks on Mariposa Ave, but the streets all look the same to me around here.
Beats me.
Take a look in the glove box, will you? There should be a map in there.
Anything else? Okay. Let's see. There's a gun.
Oh my god, Wanda, is this thing loaded?
What? That? No. Russell gave me that to keep in the car and wave around in case some biker dudes start sweating me.
Oh, phew. I was worried for a sec that the plan is to waste this bear guy once we find him.
Geez, Barb. I'm a neighborhood activist, not a vigilante crazy lady. I was wondering, though, if he died, do you think we'd go back in time? Maybe far enough back to fight the park development again and beat Noel Fisher this time?
I don't know, Wanda. The hippie guys told me that he only goes back to the last checkpoint, whatever that means. It's not like a jukebox where you get to put in a quarter and punch in some numbers.
Yeah, well, anyway, my plan is just to get to the Iron Horse, drop a dime to the cops, and hope like hell we get Russell back in one piece. So, what about that map?
What about it? How about I look at this one? Oakland map.
Oops, wrong map. That one's for the East Bay.
This one's barely been opened. Has that new map smell.
Yeah, I just bought it last week after the park plan got approved.
Oh, it is very meta, Scorch Hellfire. These characters know they're in a video
Maybe it's
game.
time to explore other living options.
No way, Wanda. You can't leave San Francisco without me. When were you gonna tell me?
As soon as I actually got over there to check it out. Funnily enough, I never seem to make it. Every time I try to drive over, there's a bridge closure or something keeping me in San Francisco.
That's weird.
Yeah, I missed the beginning. Yeah, yeah.
Because there was this crazy guy at the
they
flea
make
market
reference to
last
it.
week who was saying that the East Bay isn't real, that it doesn't exist.
Maybe it's not so crazy. Sure feels like we're all stuck in the city sometimes.
Well, you're not allowed to leave without me, okay?
All right, it's a deal. So, any other maps in the glove box?
Hi, I'm Video Game.
Yeah, that's it. Open it up and see if you can find Mariposa.
This is Alabama, right? Mariposa is your next right.
Aha! Hey, look! There! There he is!
Get him!
He's got Russell with him! Step on it, Wanda. I'm going above deck.
And it looks
I'll
like
do
he's
what I
got
can
Russell
to keep the
willingly.
fight.
He's kind of just holding on to the back.
He's getting away!
Yeah,
Come on,
oh.
hurry up!
I'm getting it. I'm getting the steam, and I'm steaming this.
Move it, truck!
Oh, there we go.
Nice
Yep,
one.
there it
I hear
is.
cops, too.
No, get me this. There you go. Nope. What is happening? That doesn't work. Oh, there it is. Okay, I gotta get the steam from underneath the thing. Okay.
The cops! Finally! And they've got Bear. Russell's safe. Better store the weapon, Barb.
Yeah, I'm on it.
Hey, you there! Cut the engine!
The hostage, he's our friend. We were just trying to save him.
They say they're together. You heard the boss's orders. Don't take any chances.
I'm right here,
Anyone with a
Dave.
biker gets taken
You don't
into
need to
custody
fucking
too.
use the bullhorn.
Gas 'em.
Gas? The windows.
What the fuck?
Russell, you're all right.
Oh, my head. I was hoping to see you two again, but not handcuffed to a table.
Guys, the oscillator. It's gone. Leon said the worst thing that could happen is it falling into the wrong...
Shh, someone's coming.
Sandwiches. Oh, sorry.
Listen up, hippies! Your biker buddy is getting broken down into sections by our boss man in the room next door. If you want to help him, you'd better give us some answers.
Officer, we had nothing to do with the crime.
Sorry, darling, but I don't think you understand. We don't care about any crime. We only want to know one thing. Somebody's been trying to slip a power-up to the biker. Tell us who and where it is.
Hey, we're not a part of this battle, man.
Ah, peaceniks, huh? It don't matter if you talk or not. We'll get the answers out of your boyfriend either way. Hey, Lenny, turn on the monitor to room 3 so these long hairs can see what's happening to their friend. And let's go get a burger. I don't want to have to kick your ass with an empty stomach.
Oh my god, it's Noel Fisher.
I know who you are. And
Okay, this isn't the 70s. This camera's widescreen.
Hello.
Took me right out of it.
Some
Sorry.
playtester in the basement somewhere.
Yo,
like
Blue Lord with 113. Thank you, Blue Lord.
Tell me who you are and how you got here. And who gave you that power-up?
I'm here on a mission of vengeance!
Oh, God, this again?
He's just repeating lines from the game script. He can't tell you anything important.
You want to make this personal? I'll make it personal!
Yes, we know.
Forget it, honey. It's just some kid in there choosing dialogue options.
How am I supposed to build a tech empire with this idiot on the loose?
Well, I'm gonna go see what I can get out of those other 3 next door. Good luck, hon.
They made me a promise. No more playable characters. And now you show up.
They're playing good cop, metal cop.
Open it up. I'm going in.
Okay, Zoe.
Hello, Zoe.
So, what have we got here? Barbara Mailer, 26, no fixed routine. Huh. Dominic Russell, 40, taxi driver. Wanda Royce, 29, driving instructor. Okay, you guys want to do this the easy way or the hard way? You want to get out of here, right? No acid burns, no pliers. Let's play it smart. You give me the answers I'm looking for, and...
Oh yeah, this was the
we don't
70s.
know
Cops were
anything.
just beating
Talking.
fucking witnesses like
Well, that's
crazy,
a
like
start.
hotcakes back then.
Speak into the microphone, honey.
What the...
They can't hear us now, but we don't have a lot of time.
Oh
Here's
shit, she's
the
on our
truth.
side.
I tried to give the power up to him, but now it's up to you. He is not your enemy. He is your enemy.
But he's your boyfriend.
More like a failed project. You have to stop him. Stop the tower.
But why can't you?
I'm not supposed to be here. I'm not even
Glad
supposed to
things
be
have
in this
changed,
game.
right? Yeah, now they just beat people out in the open.
Find the tunnel.
They used to
to
do it
his
behind
bunker.
closed doors like
Then
civilized humans.
Stop the tower. I'll see you on the other side.
22184. Remember that. Chat, remember that. 22184. I'm relying on you.
Fine. We'll see how quiet you are once my boyfriend's goons show up with their dogs.
Power restored, but we still have a surveillance camera down in your room, Zoe. Everything okay in there?
Yeah, just finishing up with these 3 in here.
Look, she left the suitcase here. And a key.
What is that, Barb?
You guys are so helpful.
It looks
I
like
hate
something
you.
you found dumpster
Thank
diving
you.
behind a Radio Shack.
There's a lot to catch you up on, Russ. Come on, let's get out of here.
So what happens now? Can you blast us out of here with that thing?
No, I need something to copy first.
Yep.
So it's like a Xerox?
Coffee.
Shh, you're distracting her.
Coffee. There you go. Make some coffee. There we go. Bloom.
Can it turn people into air?
I didn't try that yet. Hang on, I want to hear what they're saying.
I bet you're asking yourself,
Thank you, Vince, for getting a sub to up yours.
You thought you were going to just run over a few pedestrians, right? Have some kicks? You didn't plan on getting stuck in here with me forever.
You'll pay for this!
Oh, I don't think so. See, as long as I keep you alive, you don't get to respawn someplace else. You don't get to leave. Go ahead. Keep mashing reset. See where that gets you.
The military transport arrives in a few minutes, boss.
Won't Pyramid be angry that you've locked up their playtester and thrown away the key?
Nah, they're desperate to monetize the game, ever since they ran out of budget. As long as my tower goes up as planned, they'll honor their side of the deal.
So his voice lines, the biker's voice lines, sound like that fucking Futurama giant robot, like, my leg feels funny!
What a jerk that guy is.
My leg
Almost
feels
makes me feel
better!
bad for Bear.
What, that maniac?
Noel is our enemy. So if Bear is his enemy, maybe that makes Bear...
God, you're not seriously thinking of helping him, are you?
Bear's a chaos agent. Maybe chaos is just what we need right now.
There you go, buddy. You're free.
I hope you're right about this.
Payback time!
God.
Alert. Evacuation protocol.
Look, the door. We're out of lockdown. Whew, that was risky.
It's abandoned. Bear chased everyone off.
Let's check the doors. Ugh, main doors are still locked.
I'll check the switchboard. See if there's a way to release the doors.
Bob, come back here. I found something.
Yeah, you did.
Back here? But where's
Oh,
Russell?
great.
Welcome back, Barbara. We hope you'll
Barbara.
excuse the detour.
I'm a little busy, to be honest. I've got a bunker to find and a tower to destroy.
You will need an additional power to overcome those challenges. Once you have mastered it, we will return you to your mission and to your friend, the taxi man.
All right, but where's Russell?
He would not benefit from joining you in this ordeal, so we teleported him ahead to the bunker, where he awaits you.
Okay, what's my new power?
This next cassette will allow you to master bounciness. We've put together a little tutorial for you from some dusty old assets that we took out of storage.
Okay. Bouncy!
If your first visit to the amusement park didn't entirely kill you, don't worry. This one will. Go ahead. Jump on the bouncy castle. I dare you.
Okay. Okay. Bounce on D's. There. Okay. Okay. There we go. No. You idiot. What are you doing? Oh, come on now. There we go.
In the original mission, this is the spot where the bikers would have assassinated their enemy, a TV moderator. But the developers decided it was too similar to another popular action-adventure game and cancelled the mission.
Come in, Barb. Are you there?
Finally. Wanda, I was starting to wonder if I'd ever hear from you.
Huh. Up here, it's only been a few minutes since you disappeared. I just made it back to my car in the walkie-talkie. It took a little messing around with the main circuit board to override lockdown.
Russell got teleported ahead. He's already in the bunker. I hope he's all right.
What are you doing down there?
Mastering a new skill. What else?
Well, I'm gonna keep tabs on Bear and Noel as best I can. It seems like every squad car in the city is heading north right now with its siren on. So, I figure it'll take me to where the action is, if I can follow at a safe distance.
Just be careful. We're probably on their most wanted list, too.
Nope. Don't want to do that. Oh. Oh. Yeah, you go over there. There we go. Boing. I need you to come down this way. Nope, not that way. You reset. Get bouncy again. But I need you to come over here. Oh, probably need to reset that so it stops you. Nope, nope. Oh, oh. Ah, there we go. Boing! Yeah! We did it. We did it. Here it is. Doing. Boing. Hit or miss. Gimme. Okay, so it's bouncy. I just gotta wait for it to turn around. Boing, yeah. okay. Need to bounce through that. That one needs a reset. Give me this. Give me a bounce, bounce. Oh. Oh. I need this to be bouncy now. Too far? Too far. Huh. Huh. Oh. Nope. Come on now. Give it to me. Son of a bitch. Vince giving a sub to Bouncy Fat Boy. Man, if I had feelings, Vincent, you'd be in trouble. Oh, I know what I need to do. There we go.
I had a dream last night that you died. It was intense.
Intense, because it's a circus tent. I get it. It's a great one.
Wow, even Russell's taxi is here. And my poor smashed up bike in the trunk.
Oh. Steam. Where's the steam? Steam. Huh? Let me get out there! Oh, God damn it. No. What are you doing? Stop it. Hit the thing with the thing. Okay. There we go. I was making it harder than I needed to be. Vin's giving a sub to toss a coin to your Twitcher. God, that is a creepy dog. Yep, this is a sponsor gig. That's why the mutes are alerted. In fact, give me 1 second. I'm going to play this for probably another 20 minutes, but before we do, I have to go to the bathroom. So I'll be right back. Okie dokie. No, I didn't have to poop. I had to pee and wash my hands. All right, now we have to get up there. This won't move, will it? Nope, won't move. Bye. Okay, what exactly? Oh, I can make this bouncy? Oh, okay, and then I move that. Okay. Wow. I half solved it without even realizing it. Way to go, me. Thank you for streaking, Gamer Biomech. The Doggy Diner. I found it. Duck and cover, I'm the future. Okay. Okay. What can I do? Oh, not down that way. Zeke, why is that one horsey trying to hurt the other horsey? Ask your mother. I don't know. Oh, there you go. Wait, no, you're gonna keep going. Oh, no. Shit. How, if I do that, how can I make it solid again? Oh, making it bouncy makes it solid. Oh, shit, I didn't know that. Well, now we learned. Let's go. Oops. What? Nope. Nope. God damn it! Is that not what I'm supposed to do? Oh. Oh, it goes that way. No. I need something to push it that way. No. What else is movable around here? What? Oh my God! No. Shit. I have something to move that way, but nothing to move it the other way. Go that way. Oh my God, I can turn this fucking thing. There we go. Good Lord. Bingo, we got it. It took me a minute, but we got there. Okay. Oh, okay, okay. So now we need God damn it! Okay. Bouncy, bounce, okay. Bing pot! Bing pot! Let's go! Full on RC with a prime sub. Thank you for the 110 months. Oh, I thought this snake thing would be bouncy. It's not. I love the circus theme. Is there gonna be clowns? I really hope there's clowns. Okay. Why would you say something like that? They can hear you. Yeah, that's your punishment for being a dum-dum. You gotta do a long walk back because the gap is a very small gap. But if you walk off the edge, you'll still miss it. Yep. Oh, no. There we go. Got it. Nah, no clowns in the game. That's what they pay streamers for. I'm the clown. Oh, in that joke, I'm the clown. Thank you, Sidley. Oh, I just took the knob all the way. That is. Okay. There you go. Drop a ball out. It goes down there. I don't know where that went. Oh, okay. Oh, there's 3 of them. Oh, okay. Oh, you fucking ass bitch. Come on now. What? My bank account and wife, thank you for not rolling credits yesterday, Zeke. Dude, you obviously didn't have to do that, right? You knew that, right? Oh, I can't go down there. Okay. Oh. Okay, so we need one in the... Will that bounce it? Oh, it will. Okay. Okay, so I got it. Here we go. So we leave one in there. Yep. Put that in there. Okay, we gotta do it again. We gotta wait. Okay. Now push that one over. There you go. Hit that. There you go. And now make it bouncy. Oh, they come out. Okay, yellow, red, blue. They come out in the order. Okay. So yellow goes first. Then red. And now blue. Yep. Or sure, whatever. That'll do. Hey, there we go. Whatever. Oh, okay. Okay. That seems a little precarious. Oh, come on. Yeah, okay. We did it. Oh, we're on the other side of this now. Yeah, why can't I hit that one? Oh, I gotta be closer? Oh, platforms to go up there. What is this? Huh. A bit, a lot of Yerba, a lot of Buena in this game. Oh. Aha. Okay, so I have to get... Oh, fuck. There's a thing right there. Ugh. What? Oh, because it's turning a different way? Maybe. Hmm. Yeah, that's... Yeah, turning this way. This one's turning this way, but it's not the right angle, I guess. Oh, shit. There it is. That... Oh, this stupid bounce house. There it is. Okay. Now you'll drop a big old ball. Now we'll come down here and be... Nope. Try it again. Ow! Oh. Maybe you gotta stand on the balls. Okay, here we go. What? Oh. Oh, I know. Okay. Fun. Okay. Balance on the balls. Now a little boing. Little boing will do it. Yeah! No! Oh, shit. Yep. Now I die. Nope, not that way. Oh, I need to reset this guy. I think I just need to do it once. Get the balls through the hoop one time. Come on! You gotta be kidding me. The other balls are getting in Ball's way. Okay. Now, bounce. Up in there. Really? What is happening? Get in there! What are you doing? God damn, are you serious? There, okay. Now all the balls are cleared. This ball should be set up fine. I can't make the balls bouncy. There, go, get, bounce it. Oh, man, I don't know what to do here. All right, hold on. Where did it save me? Where's the... Oh, no. There we go. Okay, now the balls are coming. That needs to be reset. No, it won't turn this way. I mean, it just doesn't have enough flight. Yes. Well, shit. Because I can't affect the balls themselves. The balls are not like... Yeah, they need more speed. All right, maybe... Yeah, I'm wondering if I, because I gotta get close enough, because else it won't work. Oh, eat a poop, eat a poopy butt. No, 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 no. Let me get back on the ball. Let me get back on the ball. On the ball. There we go. Okay. Oh, I don't have the thing I need. All right. I have to have this so I can get up there and change that hoop. Nope, come on. There we go. Okay, so it made it through that. Will this just go through, like, does it count? Oh, also, can I just climb up? Nope, I can't even get on top of this. What if it bounces on me and I jump? And I go... No, that didn't work. Can you not make the balls more bouncy? No, I can't. Hold on. I can do something, though. Not that. Yeah, see, I can't do anything to the balls. The hoops they can go like this or like this. That's it. So like the hoop, like this or like this, and that's it. You know, like this, like that. It can go like that. Yes, I can make the hoop bouncy, yeah. But it doesn't bounce high enough. It's just so it's just honestly it's slightly not enough. See, you do the launcher. It bounces and then it hits the rim. The fucking rim right there, dude. And turn it as the ball is about to hit? Well, that's the thing. That you can just reset it. It won't turn it. It just flashes and resets. Don't you want to get the ball through the ball on the top of the No. That opens the door. If I make 2 goals, it opens the door. That's the thing. I made it through the bottom one. I need to make 1 hoop through the top one, and then I can climb through the door that opens up there. That doesn't look right. It just sucks I can't like change this hoop without getting up there. I have to get close enough in order to do it. Oh, I gotta wait for... Oh, it's not gonna spit out any more balls because there's 2 balls. Oh, maybe I can get it from below? Yeah, hold on. Maybe I can. Yeah, okay. Oh, fuck off, dude. I mean, that does not look right at all. Yeah, it doesn't look like it even wants to go in. Oh my fucking god, I just figured it out. I just figured it out. I just figured it out. I didn't even see that until just now. I saw this right here. That is pretty sneaky, sis. Pretty sneaky. There we go. Dude, just gimme. Thank you. All right. Now we just have to ride a ball into the sunset and we're good to go. No! And there's one ball that got lodged over here. Okay, here we go. Here we go. Little bouncy. Little bouncy. And in we did it! Oh, Vincent giving a sub to Ride D's and Kurz won with 100-monther. Well, the sponsor stream has been over for almost an hour now, so thank you very much to Focus Entertainment and Mad About Pandas. Mad About Pandas? That's right, Mad About Pandas for sponsoring today's stream. I appreciate it. Check it out. You can get the demo for free right now if you wanna try it before you buy it. Do it. Do it. All right, we'll unalert the mutes, and I'm just gonna finish out this level, and then we're gonna check out Batman. Oh, I think this is it. I think that's it. That's the end of the level. But we got a big Hondo, and we will
If you have made it this far, perhaps you are
celebrate it
a
properly in
soul
just a second.
and not an invading biker. So, off you go now. Chop chop.
Oh, there it is. Oh, the prompt wasn't popping up. I was like, dude, come on, give me my reward. And Vincent giving a sub to Fat Man Begins. Okay, here we go.
Greetings, Barbara.
Buena.
New fortune tellers.
Yes, we did a little spring cleaning, put some old ones away, and added a few new ones. Now
Okay.
that you have mastered your new power, you are ready to face the challenges of the bunker. The magic teapot will transport you there, where you will be reunited with your friend.
Okay. There we go. Alrighty. Yerba Buena. What a game. Cool little puzzle platformer. Thank you very much. Mad About Pen is Focus Entertainment for sponsoring today's stream. I appreciate you. All right, we're going to put the ads back on. Bloop. After the ads, we'll put the ads back on. How about that? How'd that be? That'd be great. All right, now we're going to change it up. Switch it up a little bit. Time for Batman. I'm Batman. I'm Batman. All right. There we go. Lego Batman. Bing. Legacy of the Dark Knight. Apparently this one's good. Oh, I suppose we can do this. Hold on. Let me do this. Change my game command. Copy. And paste. And let's see. s.team/a/ 221-5200. There we go. Boosh. Game should be changed. And that should be good. Tis. Okay, cool. All right. Zeke may not have the bat cowl, but he does have fat jowls. Yes, indeed, I do. It's Fat Man Begins. All right, we got it. Got my controller ready to go. Let me plug old Red into the game machine here. And there's BRBs. Okay, let me check them. Oh, there's a few of them. One from Cosmic Blip. There's City Strand Guard. Another one from Cosmic Blip. Is it? Jesus fucking Christ, they are terrifying. All right. There we go. Save. Save. There. Okay. Let's put those BRBs right in. All right, here you go. Here's your BRBs. Thanks to Cosmic Blip, C String Guard for making these. They're good ones, man. They're good. That one, I love this guy. This guy with food in his mouth. I can't remember what that was. I can't remember what you're eating there. Oh, was that the testicles? Of course it was. Of course it was. All right, you guys ready? Let's fucking do it. Paid $70 for this fucking game, so hopefully it's good. Rise as the Dark Knight and experience the essential Batman story in a bold, action-packed adventure with hard-hitting combat, an open-world Gotham City, and the signature Lego charm that fans know and love. This one came out 5 days ago, developed by TT Games, published by Warner Brothers Games and Warner Brothers Interactive Entertainment. So the Woobg and the Wooby. Dan loved it. Doesn't surprise me. Dan loves things. Here we go. Let's play. I need TT for my battle. Yeah, he said it was his favorite or one of his favorite Batman games ever. And I am not like, I like Batman a lot. He's definitely my favorite DC hero. But I don't know how much, like, comic book and cartoon references I probably won't get, but movie references I will. Okay, continue. There we go. How good is your Joker? Can you mimic Mark Hamill? I can do a little bit. Like, the voice, not as much. But I can do the Joker, the Hamill laugh. Hold on. Well, hello, bats. Not a lot of practice, but thank you. What do we need? Vision, accessibility, hearing, no. Motor, no. Auto set quality? Or, okay. It's thinking about it. There. Epic. There we go. Seizure warning. That was a really good impression of Ko after the sponsor's check clears. It would get exhausting for him to do that every time. I think after the first time he would laugh. After the 117th time, he's probably like, put it on the pile. Cash it whenever. I don't care. HDR is not supported. Okay, good. Okay, I guess that's good. Vincent with 10 gifted subs. Giving out subs to Captain Magic Man, Super Sue, Fried PBJ, Castle Raven, Jace Griffin, Aspen Sunflower, Mazzles, Neo Jade 666, Pumpkin Ports, and Scruff 3H.
Hail, Berserkers! Hail!
Batman. Select my age. I don't know what that matters, but okay. I'm above 27. And then Vin's giving out one more sub to 91 Nikki. Oh. I guess we'll scroll. Oh, I'll just accept all of them. Yeah, there we go. Perfect. Okay. Golden Age Batsuit? No, fuck, I don't give a shit about his Batsuit, dude. I don't give a shit. I wonder if the age is like for references. Like, are you gonna get references? We'll put some in for you, old person. New game. Let's go. Dark Knight. I've heard that I can do Dark Knight and it's fine. Right? Dark Knight will keep it fun. Because this is a baby game for babies.
Come on, Bruce. We'll be late for the movie.
Are you sure we can make it in time, Alfred?
Oh, we're starting with the origin story again? Come on.
Johnny, where's he off?
Bruce, we're going to miss the movie.
I need my outfit.
Oh. Text size, make it large. Do you see, where's motion blur? Oh. Oh, DLSS, there we go. DLAA. Okay. I don't see motion blur. I bought this for my 5-year-old and started here just to get him nice and traumatized. Nice, partly atomic. Cool. Keep going down. Motion blur. Oh, there we go. Off. Oh, there we go. Okay. Okay. We'll turn the motion blur down to medium, or the post-processing down to medium. Or just put it high. Whatever. Okay. Subtitles? Oh, were there subtitles? Oh, Jesus. Okay. Oh, licensed audio tracks. Oh, subtitles enabled. On. There we go. Make them large. There we go. Okay.
Look! Great Ghost! I have to watch it in my Great Ghost outfit.
Okay. What are we looking for?
Man, this is gonna get real weird when they get
my
murdered.
Goggles, and my hat. I think I left them in the garden somewhere.
Sorry, spoilers. I apologize for anyone who doesn't know Batman. Bruce excuse me. Oh God, I forgot Dad's name. Martha Wayne and Dad Wayne get murdered. John Wayne, Thomas Wayne. There's like John Wayne doesn't sound right, but it sounds familiar. Wayne. Dwayne Wayne.
Allow me, sirs.
Thanks, Alfred.
His dad's name was Lil. It's a family name. Lil Wayne?
It's gotta be around here. Hey, I think I see my costume.
But where were the rest of the bits?
Yes, the cape. Capes are so cool. Alfred, do you know where my hat is?
I last saw it around here, Master Bruce. Now, where on earth could it be?
And I saw you with your goggles on earlier.
What up, E-Money?
Right here, in the summer house. Somewhere.
Okay, thanks, Mom.
Thank you, E-Money, for the tier 1 sub-a-dub.
Hail, Berserker.
And also Vincent with a gifted sub to Damn It Baines. Welcome back, Damn It Baines. And Undead Seth with a gifted sub to Purple Amain. Purple Amani.
Where could they be?
There was a number in the sky showing me how many there were.
This is fun.
Bruce, do you want to see this movie? Or would you rather go for a swim? Bruce better find his costume soon or we're gonna miss the movie.
No need to worry. I'm rather good at finding things.
Brewmaster Beach with a gifted sub to Batman's parents are dead. That's awful. And also Rude here. Rude here, thank you for the Prime sub. Thank you for checking your Prime for me.
Hail, Berserker.
Appreciate you. Let's get Bat Manned.
They must be around here somewhere.
They must be.
I guess I should start tidying up after myself more.
You know, if we try and collect all the fucking bits, we will be here all day. What are these called? They're called something, right? Studs, there you go.
Where's my costume? It has to be here somewhere.
I see one up there.
I love my mom and dad. I found the goggles! Now I just need to find the hat. The perfect family.
Perfect family. Nothing bad will ever happen to this family. Okay, when I first got here, there was like a number in the sky of like, you know, like 0 out of 15 greebles collected. Where did that number go? I want that number back.
Looking forward to the movie, Bruce?
Only for like the last 1,000,000 years, Mom.
Only for the last 1,000,000 years? God. Oh, there's some more on the ground here. Hold on, let me grab these. Let me grab the easy
Master
ones.
Bruce could really use somewhere to keep his costumes.
Oh, I don't like that they don't automatically fly to you. Fuck that, dude. We figured that out in Collectathon games. Make them, if you smash something, just make them fly
Dad,
into you.
Look, I found the hat. Out of the darkness comes the Grey Ghost.
Oh, you do get it as a perk?
My
Okay.
hat! I gotta have my hat.
It's okay, Bruce. We've got time. But we need to be quick.
Oh, there's the pause menu. Okay.
Say, Alfred.
Oh, this is for this whole level, though. Or for everything?
You like the Grey Ghost, don't you?
A costumed hero fighting crime. The idea always sounded a little far-fetched to me, sir.
Did it? I bet it
Hey,
does.
you know there was a Grey Ghost movie back when I was a kid, right?
Yeah, I know. But it looks so old and fake now.
It's a classic. Maybe you'll appreciate it when you're a little older.
Oh, don't blink out! Don't! Oh my god, they disappear too! Motherfuck! Oh, I hate this game already. Vincent giving a sub to Kevin Conroy! Hell yeah, the voice of Batman. R.I.P. Kevin Conroy. No, I gotta tell you, like, I had a chance to interview him, and before the interview started, he was like, he looks at me and he goes, "Do you want me to do the thing?" And I was like, "Do the thing, bro. Absolutely." And he goes, "All right." And as soon as I introduced him, he was like, "I am something. I am the Knight. I am Batman." Just for the fans. I am vengeance. There you go. I really miss those days, man. Voice actors were so cool. No, I'm saying, I said...
This part of the garden isn't exactly child-friendly.
I said in the past tense
scared.
because I used
You're
to
with me.
interview them. Not because there's no voice actors anymore or they're not cool. Any interest in First Light? Not really. I'll wait. I'll probably give that a month at least before I even think about checking it out because I gotta wait for the new. I gotta wait for the new to wear off of it before I'll get any viewers with it.
Come back, Hat. I almost got you.
Okay, Bruce, grab it and let's get going. The movie starts soon.
This is what everybody does, right? You just go through and punch everything and get all the nibs. Oh, here it is.
Some of us refuse to watch you regardless of what you play.
That's true, Last Airbender. Thank you for reminding me. Okay, here we go. Lots of people are saying James Bond game is definite game of the year contender. Yeah. I'm glad to hear it. I am. I never root for a game to do bad unless I hate the developers, which is very rare.
Yes. There you are.
Bruce!
Bruce! Are you okay?
Are you all right, Master Bruce? Bruce, we're here. You'll be okay.
Read all about it. Falcone gang crime spree in Gotham.
Let's avoid these crowds and cut down Crime Alley.
Is that a good idea, Thomas? I think it's called Crime Alley.
I fucking took the fucking joke out of my mouth, bitch. Yes, exactly. Yes, I saw that, dude. Thank you, Scott. Thank you for that. Tried to have AI find the vid of your Kevin Conroy interview, and it said, Ezekiel III or Jason Z Club is a prominent Twitch variety streamer, podcast co-host, and stage host who occasionally does voice acting. Man, half of that AI shit is lies or just thinking I'm somebody else. It's great. That's great. That's perfect. I love that.
For a reason.
Okay, lady, hand over the purse and the pearls.
Dad, he's got
You ever dance with the devil in the pale moonlight? Come on, Jack. Let's go before we're recognized.
I asked that of all my
Nice to
prey.
see you, Mr. Falcone.
Hey, it's okay.
Oh, Jim Gordon. Oh, they got the Westworld guy. Fuck, the fucking...
It's been 10 years.
Him as Gordon.
Anniversary of Wayne tragedy. Still no one
Flash.
arrested.
He was also the...
Unrelated
Jeffrey
news,
Wright. Yeah, he was also my favorite
free.
voice actor from last year.
Again.
What chance does Gotham have when the good people do nothing?
This guy's above the law. Whole city's living in fear. Hey, thanks, mister!
Bruce Wayne. The little rich kid. I want to see Falcone.
There's some kind of problem, Mr. Cobblepot.
Everything seems to be under control here, officer. Lighten up.
Thank you,
Haven't
Vincent.
you heard of the healing power of laughter?
You okay, kid?
Doing his best, Jack Nicholson.
Mr. Wayne out, will you, boys?
These guys need to pay for what they've done.
But you're not talking about justice. You're talking about revenge.
What chance does Gotham have when the people do nothing? Farewell.
It's the Wayne kid!
Hurry up and talk! My nibs are disappearing.
I'm going to show Falcone that Gotham has had enough of people like him.
You've been through a lot, Bruce, but this ain't gonna fix anything.
Falcone will pay for what he's done to this city.
Ow!
You got spirit, kid, I'll give you that. More than your old man, anyway.
I came here to show you not everyone in Gotham is afraid of you.
Only those that know me, kid. Look around you. You'll see 2 detectives, a cop, and a judge. Now I wouldn't have a second's hesitation in making you beg right here in front of them, like a dog. No offense, Mr. Twinkle Toes.
Yeah, I think I might turn it down to normal difficulty just because it seems like they're just like punch spongy. And it doesn't really up the difficulty, it just makes them take longer to kill.
Should have picked better, Mr. Wayne.
Who are you?
My name is Raz Al Ghul. A particular set of skills.
Oh, nice
Skills
reference.
That make me a nightmare for people like Carmine Falcone. I can offer you a path. The path of the League of Shadows.
Sounds like a metal band.
It's a league. If you make yourself more than just a man, if you devote yourself to an ideal, then you become something else entirely.
And that is...
a legend, Mr. Wayne. There is a rare blue flower that only grows on the peaks of Nanda Parbat. If you can bring it to me,
I can join your band?
League! The League of Shadows.
Fucking sausage.
I am seeking a rare blue flower.
A rare blue flower that only grows on the peaks of Nanda Parbat.
You know of the League of Shadows.
I will find the flower first. You can barely use that thing.
No, wait!
The blue flowers grow towards the top of the mountain. You'll never make it that far.
She's French, I think,
See
because
about that.
the gal who played her in the Dark Knight trilogy was also French. I'm pretty sure. All right. There we go. Cape Crusader. I'm just gonna go medium difficulty because I don't want to slog through it like Hoy said. It doesn't add like. I like when difficulty adds like more enemy moves. They're more clever. Something like that. This one just is like they take more hits to take down and just.
Whoa!
And I think the fun of this game won't be necessarily the combat, which I'm sure it'll be great later. But like, I'm really looking forward to like the Riddler stuff.
You're here to join the League of Shadows.
I am here to fulfill my destiny, not to make idle chit-chat with strangers.
Fine, be that way.
And the
May
script.
need my help out here.
I can't think of a single possible circumstance where I wouldn't prefer the help of a yak.
That was unnecessary.
Oh. Okay. Oh, there we go. Okay. Good lord. Fucking hell. Just checking.
Look out!
No, he glitched into the snow and it was having trouble posing. Oh, wait, what? Is there, can I build a snowman?
I guess not everyone makes it to the top.
The yaks do.
Maybe we could build something to help us get up there.
Oh, okay. Like a snowman? Oh, there it is. Oh, okay. I see. I put the... Where'd the thing go?
Yeah, that's right. You can pet the yaks.
No, it's a snowman. No woman I know wears the top hat. Okay, so it was a thing. Okay. I don't want your examples. I'm not asking you to help me with this. No woman wears a top hat, and that's it. That's final, period.
Guess I'm getting the hang of this grapple.
Oh, no. Oh, what was that? There's something I could have done. Yeah, it said eat, right?
You can do this.
I like how fast it is. All the shimmying and stuff.
Way too close.
It's nice, really nicely fast. I like that. Oh! Okay. Okay.
My name is Bruce. What's yours?
Talia, though you shan't be using it much. Once I have that flower, you'll never see me again.
Not that one. No, how about? Oh, okay. They want me to drop. Oh, ledge. They're teaching me ledge drop. Oh, okay, I get it. She dropped back down on me. Throw me in the shit box. You got it, Martin. I got you, baby. You're welcome.
Oh, look!
A blue flower.
And that goat's gonna pick it up for us. Thanks, buddy.
Now we gotta follow it around with a little baggie.
Oh! We must keep climbing. Hopefully, there's another flower at the summit.
Ooh, it's we now, huh?
You go to be kidding me.
Come on, Bruce. For justice, for Gotham, for some reason I just looked down.
Oh, no, don't. We do not punch the yak. We pet the yak. As Batman, you begin a lot.
See if you've actually learned anything.
I do.
Oh, you want a race? You got it. I wonder what Alfred would say if he could see me now.
Core blimey, Master Bruce. It's proper chilly up here.
I win!
Yeah, I win! What do you think about that? Whoops. Can I
need to focus more?
I need to focus more.
There's no way our grapples will get us across that gap, especially not in this storm.
Shiva Airlines.
Oh, giving up so soon.
Have we met Dan yet? Not yet. We're still waiting for him.
Maybe I ought to build something here. Maybe we can build something from this wreckage.
Yeah! Get in.
Well, this is a totally normal way to climb a mountain.
Let's get this over with.
Hold on.
Oh. Oh shit.
We're alive.
Don't jinx it!
This storm's getting pretty bad.
It is just another obstacle that must be overcome!
Why does your voice sound like you have a mouthful of snails?
You okay?
I'm fine. Let's keep going.
Yeah, come out to the coast. We'll get together, have a few laughs.
I guess hooves aren't great for starting fires. Let me help. Stay toasty, brother.
Oh, I see. It's a... Okay, I've melted. I melted! Oh.
Oh.
There you go. Oh, yeah! Is this my first Lego game? I think it's not, but it's the first one I'm thinking about, like, maybe giving a full try on. I played the Lord of the Rings one, and it was okay. And I played a couple of other ones, and I'm like, they're good, they're fun, they're a little, like, you know, not my age group. You know, they're not made for 40-plus-year-old men, as far as I'm aware. Oh, I just made a snowman. Okay. And now I'm gonna punch it down and get more.
This will take both of us. Come on.
I'm glad, Spy.
Are we close? Is this where the blue flowers grow?
Oh, enough! I am not your tour guide. I am here to fulfill my destiny.
What if joining the League of Shadows is my destiny too?
Ha! Fate would not be so cruel.
You keeping warm up here, big guy? A blue flower! Up ahead!
We did it!
But we both need a flower to access the temple. There won't be another for miles.
Go poop! Oh. Ah, they could have taken the ski lift. Thank you, Woo Tiffin. Woody with Wifin. Woody Wifin, thank you for giving us sub to Zarkane01. I appreciate that. Ambulancer as well with 114 months, baby. Thank you.
What are you seeking, girl?
To follow the path of my father, though he will not allow it.
Maybe your father has his reasons. And you, Mr. Wayne, are you ready to begin?
I can hardly stand.
Tiger! Tiger prawn! Jujitsu! Lindy hop! You are skilled, but this is not a dance. To overcome fear, you must study the ways of ninja. Master the skills of hand-to-hand combat. Learn to become invisible to your opponent and defeat them unseen. Daze or confuse your enemies by discovering the art of shuriken jutsu. Only then will you be ready to face the ultimate test and join the League of Shadows.
I am the League of
Shadows.
Shadows.
To complete their training. There's no shame in turning back now.
Don't worry. I have what it takes. We'll see.
If anyone should be worried, it's you, rich kid.
Card Freck, thank you for the tier 1 sub.
Hail, Berserker.
Also, Xenotechy with 111 months. Thank you very much. You ask if this is a new Souls-like, and I roll, and I tell you yes. No, that is definitely the first perk I can, if I can get it, I'm getting the auto collect the fucking nibs. Studs, whatever. John Angel, thank you for the 28 months. Oh, also, if there's any like cool Easter eggy things I can do in a place, let me know. Don't be shy about that, like that posing or building the snowman and shit like that. Like, just let me know if I'm around something I can do, because that's part of the fun, right? He said, seemingly unenthusiastic about fun. That's part of the fun, right?
I see our honored guests have graced us with their presence.
I'm guessing you buy stuff like upgrades and shit, yeah.
First, let us see
outfits,
if you can
maybe.
avoid the most basic of attacks.
I can't. I mean, I can, yes.
Is that all you've got, Roz? I was expecting more of a challenge.
I assure you, Mr. Wayne, that was merely a taste of things.
You guys eating a bucket of chicken?
This lesson is about countering, not attacking.
Oh, okay. Meh, meh, meh. Meh.
Once your focus has reached its limit, it can be unleashed to devastating effect.
Build focus by attacking and countering enemies. Build focus faster by increasing your hit counter. Got it? Okay. Perform powerful attacks when the focus meter is full. Nice.
Continue defeating enemies to fill your focus. Become fully focused to perform a powerful attack. Well, you both survived.
Why is he dressed like Luke Skywalker?
Lesson 1. Never let your guard down.
He's wearing a GI what? A GI Joe? GI Joe?
Not bad.
I don't understand.
for a
What
rich
are you guys
kid.
trying to say?
You know how to disappear. I will teach you to become truly invisible. Come, we have much to do.
Looks like we've got a pretty interesting lesson ahead of us.
Yes, the ability to remain unseen could prove to be the difference between victory and defeat.
Plus, we'll never lose a game of hide and go seek. Just saying.
Oh my god, there's so many of these to collect. Fuck's sake, dude. Tell me I don't need to do this. Tell me this is not something I need to worry about. Okay. Thank you. Well.
I'm guessing there isn't a safer route we can take?
If If you're looking for modern conveniences, you've come to the wrong place. We won't be able to cross with all that debris in our way.
We should build something to deal with it. Way ahead of you. There. I knew we could do it.
There you are. I'm sure you didn't mean to keep me waiting.
There's so many studs you always pick up enough for unlocks? Okay. Okay. Is it now? I'm not huge on cosmetics. I don't really.
Plates in the middle of the room.
I'll probably
Stand on them when you're ready.
I'll dabble a little bit, but I'm not looking to collect all of them. I just want. Are the studs important for like unlocking moves or
Please,
like
stand on
game
the plates
stuff?
And we can begin.
Oh, they're just for cosmetics? Oh. Okay.
First, let's find out if you can avoid being seen by this adversary.
Okay.
Now, quickly, move. Good. He didn't see you.
Can I boot him in the ass though? Okay, I can defeat him. That's nice.
Not bad for a first try.
Stop fucking talking about Dan's gaming, all right? I know he's better at everything than me. He's more handsome. He's funnier. But can we just forget about him for a second, please? I'm playing it now. He played it a long time ago.
Careful not to fall now. It's this way.
Who's doing that? Oh, shitboxing Scott. There we go. Boop. Thank you, Sex Lexia. A very sensual learning disability.
Perhaps you're ready for a more advanced challenge. See that fool in front of you?
Yeah.
Take him out quietly by sneaking up behind him.
I will.
Splendid. As you can tell, this method of attack can be rather rewarding. Now, try to get to the
Punchable
other
Face
end of the
Quarterly?
room without being seen.
No way that's a real magazine. I thought Bruce Wayne didn't kill. These guys are clearly dying. Oh, I should get that up there probably.
Not how I would have handled things, but successful nonetheless.
How the fuck would you have done it? You set it out pretty clearly for me. Earlier versions of Batman did kill. I'm aware. They were better. You know how many lives Batman would have saved if he killed the Joker? If he damned his own soul to save lives.
I guess it's this way.
Your powers of observation is down.
Making use of these higher perches will allow you to ambush foes from above.
Oh, the fucking elbow drop.
Another month. Cheers, check.
Another month.
Lego my ego. Or something. I don't know. I stopped being funny a decade ago.
Thank you, Trixie. Thank you, Scratchy Giant. And Anonymous gifting a cub?
If you're spotted by an enemy,
gifting a
you
cub
must now face the consequences.
to Servarian.
So basically, don't get caught.
You catch on fast.
Well, okay, I didn't want to go back that way, but whatever. That guy's on his phone. Taking a fucking selfie over there. That's great. Fished! Okay. Sorry. That was an efficient kill. Oh, so if you pick up those blue ones, then every one you pick up from that point on is worth 2? I mean, as long as the timer doesn't run out? Is that how that works? I can't jump and attack, no.
Interesting choice of decor.
We're ninjas, not interior decorators.
Blue one's like 5K? Oh, okay.
Hey, there's Roz. Let's sneak up on him, show him how good our skills are.
Whatever you say.
Sounds like a great idea.
Your skills are strong.
He was a
but
yak.
You are not ninjas yet. Ninjutsu is the art of patience and agility, but sometimes you need to strike from a distance. Today you will learn the use of shuriken.
As weapons?
Or distractions, theatricality and deception are powerful agents. Lesson 2. Always mind your surroundings.
What was he doing up there? He wasn't supposed to be up there. That thing is too big to be in a tree.
This next lesson should be easy. I already know a great way to distract any bad guys we run into.
Oh, it's not just pointing behind them and saying, look over there, is it?
No.
It might be. Shut up. Also, I'm a ninja.
Ah, welcome. Please take a shuriken and we'll begin your training. Now, destroy the 3 targets by throwing shurikens at them.
Oh, sorry. Okay.
Got it.
Ah, good. Now you're properly equipped. Let's see how you perform in a more practical setting.
Practical setting? Why don't I like the sound of that?
Because you're starting to catch on.
Piece of cake. This one looks a little more complicated.
Oh, there's a timer. Okay. Okay. Well.
I gotta get my timing right.
Oh my fucking god, dude. It's so not difficult that I'm making it difficult by fucking going too fast.
I presume those giant axes are gonna stay exactly where they are.
Probably.
Well, forget that.
Oh, that was dumb.
Wait, there's a...
Yeah, I got it.
I did it. I don't think those spikes are gonna stay gone forever. Why do they have to make these things so dangerous? Wouldn't rows of fluffy pillows be just as hard to get past? Wait.
But not as fun.
Someone close by. All in all, 100% successful takedown.
More like 75% in your case, but sure.
Yep, bulldog elbow drop. Into elbow drop.
I'm pleased to see you made it. Now, complete your training with this willing volunteer.
Okay.
You're doing so well. Here, have some more friends to play with.
Hey! You can never have too many friends!
I beg to differ.
Hi!
Need to focus more.
$69! Nice!
You have come far. The final test is almost at hand. Lesson 2.
Sexy mashup between Charles Manson and Gregor Rasputin. All right. Thank you, Boom Boom Havoc. I'll take it.
Enough. Rest well. Tomorrow you will face an even greater threat.
My passionate Vienna pan sausage.
I'll catch up.
At least you're trying, you know. These days, regulars just be like, "Hey Zeke, what's up?
Who's there?
You're fat and ugly. Sorry, I didn't put much effort into it." Who was that guy? What was that thing? The League of Shadows. Yo, Anonymous giving a sub to Just Squiggy. I got a skill brick. Hey Zeke, what's up? You're bad at video games. Skill upgrades. You've been rewarded your first skill brick. Skill bricks are used to make all of the party stronger. Okay. Skills fall under 2 categories: combat and exploration. Once unlocked, the effects are permanent. Purchasing this skill will unlock critical hits. Critical hits deal extra damage and generate more focus. Attack just at the point that another hit lands to perform a critical hit. Oh, I have to do this one? Okay. More upgrades will be unlocked as you progress through the story. Check back in the game menu when you have more skill bricks. Okay.
Criminals thrive on the indulgence of society's understanding. You must learn the tools to bring about great and terrible things.
What terrible things, Roz?
If you are to join the League, you must not fear the will to act. Enough talk! Time to fight! Knowing how to avoid continuous attacks from your foe is vital. You must learn to evade multiple attacks from your opponent. Very good.
I pick things up quickly.
Now you see how it's done, don't you?
This guy's not your average teacher.
And now for a test of your new skills. Please try not to disappoint me.
At least it's not a written exam.
No! No! Come on, let me get that, damn it. Damn it. I was trying to get it up to 100, but I fucked it up. Just like I do in Arkham games. Thank you, Mad Dog. I get
your fault. It was your father's.
Yield. Yield.
You've not beaten me. You've sacrificed sure footing for a winning stroke.
Rub your chest. Your arms will take care of themselves. Go home, Bruce. Your anger gives you great power. But if you let it, it will destroy you. He will destroy you. And all that will be left is mindless vengeance.
What if I were to ask you to come with me?
My path is set.
Fucking yak is licking him.
To the end.
Maybe I could show you something that would change your mind. Something Roz doesn't want us to see.
Oh, Bruce. Was that the bear? Oh, it was the guy.
I don't suppose you'd mind telling me where we're sneaking off to?
I will, if we can get past our new friends without waking them up.
I'm gonna soak.
Ah, this is really giving me a new lease on life.
That was good.
This plant's stopping us from getting out here. Let's keep moving. Something in here should help us clear that plant out of the way.
Now you're just making a mess. Try hitting the other one. It's behind those crates.
That did it.
Oh, no, ma'am, no, ma'am.
We did that earlier, Mad Dog.
Let's get these guys out of the way.
If you insist.
Are you gonna do your part? Okay. She does it automatically. Good, good, good.
All right. Now what?
Easy. Make our way through that big door without getting caught. I don't think we're getting through that door.
Yes, we'd better find another way.
Since you're in Texas now, how often did you wake up at night scared that Scott is standing in front of you Yorkin? I think back when he was living near you, it was every third day. Now it's really rarely possible. Do you still wake up in fear of it happening? I don't think I wake up in fear of it happening. Yeah, more like anticipation. Oh, well, come on now. Well, that's not what I wanted to do at all. Chud. Did it say Chud? Oh, okay. It shows me the things I have to break in order to...
Maybe I ought to build something here.
Is that what it was showing me? It was showing me the things I had to break in order to build something, right? No. Oh. That one didn't yellow outline. For whatever reason, but okay. We got it. Perfect. Yes, we're playing as Bruce. Oh, and then we bouncy up there. Okay, I get it. Oh, fuck. Bonsai trees were... Okay, they're collectible. All right. I mean, yeah, they are collectathons, so I get it. I see there's one in that passageway there, but I think that's one after this. I am playing this, Illumination. Good call. Ah, there it is. There's the second one. Okay. I'm gonna say I can't roll into that? Come on. Of course I can. I can roll in everything. I'm Bruce Wayne. I'm rich. Also, that looks like the symbol for Bowser.
Siegfried.
Yo, Kuko with the big fit 5. Thank you, Kuko.
Whatever happened to not getting cut?
Hey, I'm still learning.
If you would have helped me with it, we wouldn't have had a problem. Ass. Wait a minute, what? Did that 99,000 just reset at 99,000 again? Oh.
I need to focus more.
Sorry, I thought you were a bad guy. Okay, it did. Okay, it was at 98 then. Now I can jump kick. I'm gonna relax. Oh, okay. I feel like I missed a bonsai tree now. Maybe it's in there. Oh, no. And boom! Well, that's not what I meant to do at all. Drop down and grab the fucking Other ledge, please. Yeah, that's exactly what I was doing. Can I pick these up? Aha, there we go. Red brick ninja modifier unlocked. Oh, those, okay, those cost gold bricks. Okay. I'm guessing they'll tell me what that means at some point. Oh, color modifiers for your outfits. Okay. Speaking of Lego studs, Zinc, how many do you think you could fit under your foreskin? Zinc? Who the fuck is Zinc? My alter ego. Oh, right. There's Zeke and there's Zinc. And when Zinc comes out, you don't want to be around. Okay, there's that bonsai tree. Oh, okay, I can open this. I can't open this.
Known they'd lock the doors.
There. Nice work, us. So they're all chit-chatting, taking selfies. Okay. I just don't want to miss that last bonsai tree. Okay. No, I don't want to miss a thing. And even when you dream of you, the city did but never do. I just admit you, Gabe, and I don't want to miss the day. Whoa. Where did I end up? What happened to me? I'm dead. Yeah. I'm dead and I don't know it yet. Well, that was fucking convenient. What is she doing over there? Get over here, dum-dum. Come help me. Why wasn't that guy outlined in red? Don't come this way. Don't turn this way. You're not turning this way. You're turning this way.
gotta get focused.
Damn it. Okay. I guess we're gonna have to. Oh, fuck. They called the whole squad. What?
Zika can be fill up that hole.
Who's out of the cold age of 59? Thank you, cold age. Oh, shit. I didn't know there was a whole group over there that didn't even see me. That was a pretty good one. No! What the fuck was that? I guess you try dodging through some folks and they don't appreciate it. Okay. And now we do this. Okay. You seem competent enough to play on the harder difficulty. It just makes them more spongy. It doesn't make the fights more difficult, just make them last longer, so.
What are these weapons for,
I don't
Roz?
care.
Gotham's time has come. The city has become a breeding ground for suffering and injustice. It must be destroyed.
Bruce, please. For your own sake, there is no turning back now.
Can't believe in this. Gotham isn't beyond saving. There are good people there.
I must have missed
When
a
the forest
bonsai because there's
grows
still one left.
A purging fire is inevitable and natural, as well my daughter knows.
Your daughter?
Father, please.
Your compassion is a weakness your enemies will not share.
That's why it's so important. It's what separates us from them.
What are you doing?
What is necessary.
Wow, 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 wow.
Perhaps there's time for one last lesson.
Listen to what Bruce has to say.
Unlucky hit, that's all. Where did you learn to do that?
Gotham is worth saving. We'll show you.
Father.
I mean, she's sort of helping, I guess.
Lesson 2. Always mine.
Gotcha, bitch.
Talia, Roz is your father?
Yes, but there's no time to explain. We need to leave now.
Damn it. Where's the last bonsai tree? No, I need to find it. Oh, it's right there. We got it. We're good. We're good. How dare you hide it behind a boss fight? Made me think I missed it the whole time. Yo, Classic Kitty with the rating! What up, baby? How was your Elden Ringing? I hope you got a good boss fight today. If you got to any more. You didn't beat any, but you got to one. But you saw many. Oh, that's good. That's good. Yep, time to just start upgrading start leveling up and upgrading your weapons and shit. You'll get it. I'm so excited that you're playing it.
Ah, there goes our way out.
You saw a dragon, nice! Wait. Is that are you doing a D's nuts thing? Like Dragon D's nuts? I did a special move and it killed me.
Behold, the element of surprise.
You ran so hard from that dragon? Oh, pretty much. You're gonna be running to the shit once you get like the weapon you love. You'll be like, bring it on, bitch.
Nice of them to make us another exit.
Less talking, more escaping.
How's the game so far? I heard good things. Oh, it's great so far, yeah. I mean, it's a Lego game, but it's a good one. It's one. It has the subject matter. Obviously, it's Batman, so like I'm into that. I love Batman.
This way out doesn't look much safer than the last one.
Beggars can't be choosers, Bruce.
Ow, fire. Fire hot. Fire burn! Oh my god, there's a pit. Jesus. Fire bad! Fire burn! Rosso, go, I gotta beat him again, huh?
To conquer fear, you must become.
Behold, my element of surprise. You dare to think you can stop the League of Shadows?
You're a good teacher, Roz, but destroying Gotham is kind of the opposite of what I'm going for.
It's not too late to stop this, father. Let's sit down for a lemon tea and maybe a donut or two.
A donut or two.
It's an interesting plan, Father, but you need to learn how to accept constructive criticism.
I had such high hopes for you two, but no. You had to be free thinkers.
Yep, there we go. And badoosh! No, I don't think it's possessive, Juke. I think he was just named by orcs. You know how they love their their apostrophes in their names.
Talia, no!
Rare flower card, no!
Thank you for destroying the secret temple. I never liked it. Can you call him a cab? They've been a nightmare. For start, they never pay their bills on time.
Apparently
And
you
there's
get something for
ninja
subbing in a
masks.
channel that has
They
Lego
go
Batman
there,
playing, but I'm not
they
sure what
never
it is.
pay on time.
I don't know. I haven't looked
Rent
into
to
it.
pay on the shack, you know what it's like. Cost of wood is through the roof. And then there's the yak. They look cheap, but they cost a fortune.
I think you get a badge by your name that you can choose from. Yeah, there you go. Dr. Claw has it now. You see it. The Lego Batman badge, if you want it. Oh, that's what you get. You get a little... Okay, for collecting shit. Okay. That's fun. Ducky, please. There's a Prime sub. Enjoy your new badge.
Hail, Berserker!
So, now you've returned from the grave, Master Bruce. What's next on the agenda?
I'm going to show the people of Gotham their city doesn't belong to criminals like Falcone.
Tea?
Yeah, very good, sir.
But first, I need to become more than a man. I need to become a symbol.
What did you have in mind?
Something elemental. Something terrifying. Yeah, I'm sure something will come to me.
A dinosaur.
Oh, there she is. Gotham City.
Jesus Christ.
Oh dear, wrong side.
There we go.
Just as well we live outside of town, eh? Oh, thanks for helping with
Thank
the
you,
lunch,
Heldon, for
Bruce.
giving a sub to Batman's
pleasure,
dick
Alfred.
tip.
So many memories.
So sorry, sir. I don't know where they keep coming from.
I have an idea. Come on.
Should you
Where
play
are
the
we
Arkham
going,
games before this?
Master
You should
Bruce?
just play them, but no, you don't have to play them before
That,
this.
Alfred?
You can play this one first
We're
and then
gonna
those.
follow it.
Oh, dear.
Okay. It is time for a break, but before we go to break, it is last week Wednesday. We got a new highlight video to watch from Scott. And the last week today is going to be... What is it? Oh, more indie games from 2020. All right, Rage Tower is a pick 6. 2026, quote, end quote. Yeah, it's close. All right, let's get the last week in Zeke. There we go. Get me up in the corner here. And let's watch the new one from Scott. Indie game, Best of Indie Games, Part 4. Pixel art platformer. full of traps and frustration. You play as a guy who got thrown to the top of a deadly tower. Now you have to jump, dodge, and survive as you make your way down. Every step hides a trick. Every jump might kill you. The game is very unfair. Can you handle it? It's fucking weird that X is jump. Space is jump. Why can't they make that A? Weird. Oh. I think I had to play this one with keyboard and mouse too. That's why, if it looks a little awkward, that's why. I hate having to play 2D platformers with keyboard and mouse. Just doesn't feel right. I should. I should. How does that work? You can't hit the side of the spring. You gotta hit the top or you die. Oh, or there's invisible bridge above you that you can't jump through. Fucking dick. Oh, god damn it. They knew I was gonna jump there. God damn it. I love troll games, man. I'm the audience for this. I love being tricked and fooled. It's just gonna. God damn it! I thought it was gonna smash me at the top. I'm gonna stay in the middle. They expect me to move. I'm gonna stay in the middle. Motherfucking asshole. That was good. Oh, I haven't played that. I gotta write that down. Trees hate you. I wanna play that. Is it out yet? You fuckers. Oh, it's just a demo? Oh, okay. Oh, we gotta jump. Okay. Jump. There you go. Got! Okay. You're in charge of managing the pawn shop. I actually really like this game. I just wish there was more to it. Customers flip items, attend auctions, and keep the shop going. Okay, customer selling Bite Step. Rarity uncommon, status awesome. Estimate 6,000 to 14,000. If I can sell them for 14 or 6,000, I'll offer you 3,300 for it. Doesn't align with the laws of my universe. Get the fuck out of here then. Okay. All right, that looks like it's in good condition. I'll give you 450 for it. Accepted. Nice. Okay. Oh no, he was buying it. Baby Steps is not a troll game, Scorch. Don't call it that because it's not. It's a common item. Awesome. Status awesome. 540, 680, 600. Okay. Sure. Oh, wow. I lost 5,530 bucks today. That's good. Oh. There is nothing of value I can see in there. I'll go as high as 800 and that's it. 800 and I'm backing off. Oh my God. All right, last bid. Last time. This is gonna be bad. And I will be disappointed. Oh, I'm taking a gamble on this one. I'm taking a risk. Come on, buddy. Come on, buddy. Nothing. Nothing. God damn, nothing again. Oh, that's something. It's an awesome condition. Still not getting my money back yet. Last box. Gotta be worth it. Gotta be worth it. Come on. You fuckers. Man, I lost so much money today. Hey, look, the crackhead's back. This guy never, I kept doing it, and he never gave me anything good. Never. All right, since this is the last thing we're doing today, we're gonna gamble one more time. $34.90. Let's see how much he fucks me this time. Here we go. Asshole didn't even leave me anything. That motherfucker just took my money. He didn't even leave me anything. I kept trying with that guy. I think I did it like a dozen times, and he never left me anything. All right. Stranded in the desert. Your only hope of escaping rests in a strange catman. His one request, hunt down surreal creatures, skin them, and chop them up so he can keep them as trophies. Who's there? Did you follow me? Don't be nervous. Come closer. Let's have a chat. Bad battery, huh? Lucky you, I got a spare down in the basement. You can take it, but first, you're gonna do something for me. I'm looking to add to my collection. Grab the shotgun above the TV and go hunt down some game for me. Okay. The one thing I didn't like about this game is the movement. You never get to go fast. There's actually a turd in there. Nice. Good touch. Press 1 to hide gun. Don't even try. He knew I was going to do it. By the time you pull the trigger, your neck will be hanging from your torso, and your last thought will be, where did it all go wrong? Who the hell are you? Don't be rude. I'm Jane. This is John, and this is John Jr. Can we help you with something? Car troubles. My husband can help you out with that, right, John? Damn it, Jane. You got to stop volunteering me for stuff. All you were doing today was drinking. I got a pie in the oven. You two eat first and then head out. So what's with the shotgun? Sorry to interrupt. Hey, mister, can you find the knife and cut the pie for me? Go on, then. I think I saw the knife in Junior's room. Take him out now. Take him out. Now's your chance. Make sure it's a clean shot. Jesus fucking Christ. Oh, okay. Oh no, silly, you made a mess all over me. Hold on, Jane, I'll get you cleaned up. No need. Why go through the trouble of cleaning, of getting up our friend here can do it. What? No, that's strange. We just met them. It's not a big deal, John. Press E to clean Jane. So gentle. You must be good with your hands. I need you to get me far away from here. I can't stand it anymore. I have no life here. I need to be with you. I can make you happy. You've been flirting with him all evening. We moved out here so you'd be done with that shit. I wasn't flirting with him. You have no idea what you're talking about. I was just being nice. How's this for nice? John, stop. You're gonna kill him. It's time you started treating me with respect. There we go. Now we got him. Yep. It's dance party time. Oh, and that's it. That's the end of the fucking video. How short is... And that's the end of the video. Hell yeah. All right. We're going to take a short break. Come back, get up, go pee. Come back, we got more Batman for you, so don't go nowhere. Alrighty, welcome back, everybody. Thank y'all for hanging out with me today. We're gonna do some more Batmaning. We just beat Ra's al Ghul, and now we're back at Wayne Manor with our boy Alfred. Who's my favorite Alfred? Honestly, Michael Caine.
You used to love these gardens, sir.
I just think he's a great actor. Not that the new one, fucking Gollum. Not that Gollum did a bad job. Because he didn't, but I just like the way Michael Caine portrayed him. Thought he was really good. Yeah, Andy Serkis. That's the one. I mean, there was not an Alfred that I didn't like. I don't think. In the movies, at least.
Something about that bat. It's calling to me. Here you go. Sorry about being so rough with you when I was a kid. I just
grew into a
really
W
loved that
shape.
hat.
I love that it grew into a W shape. And then I destroy it, of course.
Oh, they're rusted shut, sir. Gonna take some willing to get them open.
Then I guess we're knocking him down. That rusty gate has no chance.
The first Batmobile.
If you say so, sir. Those gates were older than me, you know.
This place has seen better days.
Well, now you're back, we can get you working on the garden, sir.
We can build something to get past.
It's cold, though.
It's like seeing this bat is some kind of omen. Hup. Ha-ha. Ha-ha. Say, Alfred, I bet that old tree would make a pretty nice bridge.
Well, if you could knock it down, I'm sure it would, sir.
I just
That
want to
worked
see if
out
it
better
killed.
than I expected.
If it killed me or not.
This is a lot of effort to chase a bat, sir.
Bat's going this way. Come on.
It's been a long old time since we last came this way, sir. A long old time indeed.
The bat's leading us to the old well. We have to get down there.
sure this is safe, sir?
Hey, compared to what I've been up to lately, this is nothing.
Nothing at all.
You sure you're ready for this, Alfred?
I was rappelling out of choppers before you were born, Master Bruce. Don't you worry about me. Don't suppose you remember what your father said to you that day you fell down here chasing that hat?
Yeah, he said, why do we fall, Bruce?
No. He said, don't go messing with that well again. I hope you know what you're doing, Master Bruce. Oh, dear. How does this go again? The rabbit goes through the log.
People don't get killed in this game.
No.
They just become Lego bricks. Just
bad shit guano
no
covering
Batman
it.
serial killer vibes here at all.
Bats! Bats, Alfred!
Oh, charming.
Oh!
Thank you, Butane, for the 36 months.
Let's explore.
Ooh. Guano. Guano bowls. Like the whole set.
Gonna make a habit of coming down here.
I hope there's a more convenient entrance somewhere. We have to explore this place. Those stalagmites look a little shaky.
Yep. Your balls are showing. Bumblebee tuna. Bumblebee tuna.
Made it, did you, sir?
Just about. I'll find a way to get you across, too.
Oh. Lift. Lift?
I need to
Yeah.
break those stalagmites somehow.
Oh, a push, okay. Oh.
All right, come on up, Alfred.
Oh, now, you switch party members now, okay.
Is this your idea of a safe crossing, Master Bruce?
Hey, it was the best I could come up with. Come give me a hand.
It's in the bone. It's in the bone.
Look, bats. Blocking our path.
Perhaps some light would encourage them to move along.
Good idea. Let's get building.
What is this light doing here, and why does it have electricity? It's powered by angst. It's powered by backstory. It runs on batteries. God, oh God, why?
There. That ought to scare off the little blighters. Are you all right, sir?
Yeah? Why wouldn't I be?
Well, the bats.
Don't worry, Alfred. I'm not that scared little kid anymore.
Of course, sir.
This is perfect. The
They're great
caves,
survivors.
They run right under the manor.
You're right, sir. And it looks like we're under the southeast corner.
Wait, what is that?
Would Lego Ace Ventura sell? I don't see why not. I mean, it was a cartoon. Pretty successful one. I mean, moderately successful one. What's this? Oh, there we go.
Your father's old car. Oh. I took the liberty of making some adjustments.
It's perfect.
It's perfect!
Perfect!
Perfect for what, exactly?
My
The
base
Zinc
of
Mobile.
operations. And the symbol I need to become.
A caveman?
Oh, Alfred. Let's get to work. First off, we're gonna need a lot of black paint.
Oh, I've got a job lot of tangerine.
All cars, break into the docks! Could be Falcone's crew of the Lord Tricks!
We finally made it. We are caveman.
Oh.
Oh, push the... Okay, so you do have a sprint. Stealth takedown. Stud combos. Play stud will increase stud combo bar. Collect number increases amount of player bump with value. Okay. Bronze studs are worth 1. Purple studs are worth 10,000. Okay. 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 Let's go.
This is Detectives Gordon and Flass, responding to an 1154 at the docks.
Hey, wait up!
Hold it right there.
Whoa, Jimbo. Let's take it down a notch.
Falcone sends his regards. Continue.
Whoa, now hold on.
Don't suppose you want to taste.
You don't think your taste makes us guys nervous. You might decide to roll over.
We have a duty to the citizens of Gotham.
He said duty.
Duty. Boys,
damn it.
From my Jimbo, who really runs this town, I'm gonna take a walk.
If I was a Batman villain, who would I choose to be?
Now back off.
Catwoman.
Who's there?
A friend.
Nice cape, bro. All right, let's do it. Boosh!
What's going on here?
No time to explain. Watch your back.
Can do. I'm glad you're on my side, whoever you are.
God damn it, I broke my combo again? Oh, get out of here. You're in Texas, you can't say goddamn anymore. God dang it!
I'm Batman.
Yeah, he said it.
Did you have a particular problem with these guys, Mr. Batman? By rights, I should be calling this in.
This is a start. You're a good cop, swimming against the tide. What would it take to get Falcone?
There's a new DA, Harvey Dent. He's brave enough to prosecute, but you'll need hard evidence.
Hope you've learned your lesson, Jimbo. I gotta...
Let's get him.
There he is, up ahead.
Hold on, I gotta roll through some stuff and collect all the nibs.
I'm out of here.
Wes, we just want to talk.
Better find a way across.
Wow, you got some gadgets.
Whoops.
Pays to be prepared.
Don't tell me he got away.
I don't think so.
Oh, we're Nigma Tech. Yeah, there it is. Edward Nigma. E. Nigma. Mr. E.
This'll stop him.
Edward Ligma. Oh, why would I switch?
Stand back.
Oh.
I got just the thing to deal with this.
Fucking way.
That ought to hold it.
Since when did he have that thing?
Yes, you've got gadgets too. These dogs are crawling with bad guys. Better find a safe way past.
Surfboards. Okay, surfboards are the collectibles of this level. Okay.
If any more of them show up, I'm out.
No good.
Oh, I got up to 100 and I thought I was gonna get it. All right, if you open up the map. Map. Nope. Oh, it will show if a level has items to collect. Oh, so this right here. Okay, so it has 1 red brick and 5 surfboards. Okay. Oh, that would have been good to drop on some bad guys, probably. Your thoughts on Tommy Lee Jones' Two-Face? Fuck, man, what a weird role for him, and how much he oversold it was fucking astounding. Looking back on it, I was like, at the time, I didn't know. But looking back on it, like knowing that Tommy Lee Jones is such a serious actor at all times, like, and he's just a serious kind of dude, like, knowing that he did that, holy fuck, that was crazy. And how he did it was just Looney Tunes. They must have paid him so much money. Like, even in the, like, he got paid to do a bunch of Japanese commercials for Boss Coffee. He never acted that goofy, even close to that goofy that he did when he was fucking Two-Face. Oh, I should have used the fucking porta potty, damn it.
Quickly, Gordon, give me a hand.
Oh. There's a surfboard.
Hey, I'm only human, Jimmy. Call off your scary new pals.
Les, you've got some explaining to do.
Okay, good. Oh, I've seen the... If I haven't seen all of them, I'd be surprised. Because they show them a lot during Sumo. And I've seen a bunch of them. I have a soft spot for horse cum. Does have characters unlocked? Not as far as I know. It has costumes though. As far as I know, like it's cosmetic stuff. There's a bunch of cosmetic shit.
On you this time.
Have I seen the Penguin? Oh, the series? Yeah, it was really good.
That was close. Gotta put a stop to those guys pronto.
It isn't time. I'm not prepared.
Oh, there's the meter I was looking for. It's in the bottom left. I missed the meter. Okay, can I use this? Let me use it. Let me use the shitter. Okay, I guess not. No joke for the shitter, huh? Good! Oh. Jesus Christ! My favorite Batman game? Probably the first one. Arkham... Was it just Arkham Asylum? Samantha Kumiko, what up? Thank you for the raid. Welcome on in, everybody. Thank you so much for joining me today. We're playing some Batman of the Lego variety. No, City was great, and City technically is superior with its level design, its layout and stuff, but I was just like, it's like compare, like for me comparing, like
it's Batman,
Morrowind, Oblivion, Skyrim. Morrowind will always have a place in my heart because it was the first, and I'd never experienced a game like that before, so that's why the first Batman is still my favorite too.
An ideal place to build if I ever saw one.
Where? Oh, right there. Oh, okay. There it is. Last surfboard. Got it. Bingo.
Can't get me in here, losers! a real mess out there.
I love that ice cream truck is just jamming away. Oh, red brick. There we go. Oh, there. Okay. Wait a minute. Wait a goddamn minute here. I guess that's why they call it the blues. Time on my hand. Oh, I guess someone didn't like my fucking singing.
Have you had your serving of fruit today? Can I suggest some delicious strawberries?
Thank you very much, Spencer. Okay, we got it. Let's build. We can retire now? No, it's 22 bucks. Every time you hear that, it's 22 bucks. People just love it that much. They're crazy. Just like Saku here. I queued that before you started singing, by the way. You can sing Elton John whenever. Oh, thanks, buddy. All right, so... Okay. Got the surfboards. And the red brick. We're good to go.
Oh, no!
Oh, it made the symbol. It made the bat symbol. That's great.
That felt a little drastic, don't you think?
Okay. All right. Yeah, there we go.
Well, now what do we do, huh?
I've got an idea. You're probably not gonna like it.
Yeesh, what a mess.
Where's Rachel?
What does Falcone want with this shipment?
A picnic? I don't know! Now get me down from here!
Swear to me!
Falcone himself?
No, no way! He don't rub shoulders with schmoes like me.
Who's your contact? Tell me.
Ah, I don't know his name, but he drives a real nice purple sports car. That's all I know. I swear, I swear.
Thanks. Let's get you cleaned up.
Oh, maybe just a taste. So salty.
Maggie Sad Turtle Gyllenhaal. That's great. I love that. Maggie Sad Turtle Gyllenhaal.
Yay.
Oh, new outfit. Nice. Batman Begins outfit. Why they cast her is beyond me. I know exactly why they cast her, because she's an excellent actor.
This is Detective
She's not a
Gordon,
femme
putting
fatale
on
by any
APB
means.
on
I
any
get
purple
like I get
sports cars in
your
the
concern
Tri-Corner
there.
area. You need a ride?
But she is definitely a great actor. But I don't think that part called for a great actor.
Oh, great. Figures he'd just disappear on me. Oh, now what?
You'll need this.
I gotta get me one of these too. And here I was thinking you were all shadows and stealth.
Well, I did paint it black.
This is dispatch. The citizen needs our help at the Tri-Corner Metro, but there are no nearby units. Over.
It's not far from here. Let's move.
Wait, you can pick up our police scanners?
Of course I can.
Well, here we are.
Oh, whoops.
Let's roll.
That's no, we're not here yet, bud.
Oh, who put that there? We don't have a problem here, do we?
Never rub another man's rhubarb.
We ought to try it a little safer, huh?
So when do I get to actually like spend this shit or put points in like stuff? Oh, I should have done that. Hold on. There we go. I can unlock something now. I have two bricks. Increase maximum stud multiplier. Detect enemies from much further distance. Collect studs from further away. They're just cosmetic. Do I even care? I guess I do. Take down enemies without being spotted. Increase stud combo multiplier. Stealth takedowns generate focus. Okay. I don't know what I even care about. Sure. Whatever.
He's trying to take something that isn't theirs. Over.
You call this parking?
Damn it! I keep trying to do the emergency brake, the e-brake turn, and there isn't one.
Oh! Look out, Gordon.
Oh, believe me, I see him.
What do they call Texas Roadhouse in Texas?
Stranger. I'm not used to being rescued.
Texas Roadhouse, but they say it with an accent.
All units.
Texas
Looks like trouble started near
Roadhouse.
the movie theater. Anyone able to deal with it? Over.
All right, let's go.
Oh, I guess I'm taking the train. Oops. I'm just gonna leave my vehicle parked there, I guess. Up D-pad call. Oh, you can call the Batmobile. Okay, that makes sense. Oh, they're one of 50 bat symbols, huh? Oh, that's fun. I mean, the traversal in this game is not bad, actually. It's pretty fun.
Attention all officers. We've got trouble in Tri-Corner. Suspected break-in in progress. Over.
We've got company.
I'm here, don't worry.
Any chance you can reschedule this? Oh, man! I hate that! Got it!
Detective Gordon, it's Officer Rene Montoya. I have some intel on that purple car you're looking for. I'm at the construction site. Over.
Copy that. On my way to you now, Montoya.
Can we trust her?
We don't have a choice.
Is that what I think it is? Oh. Oh, no. I thought it was a Riddler trophy for a second there. No, no, no. Up, 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 up. There you go. Up. There you go. Oh! No, JP, that's the puzzler. The Riddler's a different thing.
Hey, what are you supposed to be?
Sir, I'm not physically or mentally equipped to deal with whatever your situation is. Please leave whilst I wait for Detective Gordon. Detective Gordon, over here, sir.
There we go.
Yesterday, I got a call about a purple sports car driving dangerously around Tri-Corner. After speaking to some witnesses, I got a poster drawn up of the driver. The thing is, I showed it to my chief and he tore up the only copy. My guess is the Pope's one of Falcone's men, and they're trying to protect him.
Oh my God.
I am Gordon.
Thank you. Toll Booth Willie with 26 months, but you see the missing cat poster in the back? Julie Newmar? Wasn't Julie Newmar like the original Catwoman in the series and TV series?
If you can find the poster pieces, you could rebuild it and identify the driver.
Thanks, Montoya. We'll be right back.
A piece of the poster. Now to find the others.
Okay. Oh yeah, no, they absolutely had fun making this game. I love that. I love the, like, there's even, you know, callbacks to the old 70s series.
Another piece of the wanted poster. If we find one more, we should be able to identify the suspect.
Down here? Oh yeah, be around here. Oh, there it is.
Just as I thought.
Just
We have
as
all
I
the
thought.
pieces. Let's go see Renee and reconstruct this poster.
What is that? Hold on, there's something over here. Oh. Holy shit balls.
No, I do not want to buy your mixtape. Please move along, sir. I'm waiting to speak to Detective Jim Gordon.
Okay. Sorry.
Good luck. I hope you're able to find your man.
That's probably has to be the same color too, right? Or not. Maybe not. Okay.
Oswald
Cobblepot.
Or the Penguin, if you really want to rile him up.
Yeah, he's Falcone's right-hand man.
I know where that creep will be. Let's go.
Oh, it just assembles. That's fucking great. I love it. No, 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 no. Don't get out. Don't get out. Don't get out. God damn it. Every time. I gotta fucking remember there's no e-brake turn with this thing. Oh yeah! Give me the GCPD.
Let's get moving. Yeah, that's not what we wanted to happen.
Oh, he has one of these too, huh? Okay. Forgot I gave him one. Knucklehead with the big 9-6. Thank you, Knucklehead.
What are you looking at, huh?
That's
Can a
not
man
him.
pick up some fish in peace?
That's not him. That's a decoy, of course. Easy to spot. You know what? On second thought, maybe it is him.
Huh? Whoa, 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 whoa! Take it easy, sweetheart. You looking for me? How you doing?
I'm on. Oh, summon vehicle.
Here's our ride. The only way to stop his car is to drive into it.
Then let's do it. We don't have a problem here, do we?
You're mine, Cobblepot.
Oh, he went. Oh, I thought that was in the river. Damn it.
Oh, but that. Remind me to write you a ticket later. Maybe we ought to drive a little safer, huh?
Whoa! What the fuck was that? Couldn't be worse. My nose could be gushing blood.
This guy's crazy!
You gotta admit, I played this stinking city like a harp from hell.
I'm telling you, Frank, we're lost. We never should have come off the freeway.
Honey, this is downtown Metropolis. I'd know it anyway.
Yep, time to ramp it. Woo!
I got you!
Anonymous gifting a sub to Thrailig. Probably just getting that badge, but hell yeah, dude. Thank you so much.
License and registration, please.
I ain't going anywhere with you!
Oh, I guess you are. There you go.
No way I'm getting out of here! Okay. You got me.
I think it's a nice mix between DeVito and
What's
Collins
Falcone up to?
Penguin.
Start squawking.
All right! Enough already! Falcone's doing a deal at the Iceberg Lounge.
And the reason why I say a mix between Danny DeVito, it's mostly Collins Penguin, but there's some Danny DeVito in there when he's like eating fish. Like in the series or in the movie, like Collins Penguin never ate like fish or had an obsession with fish and shit like that. But this guy's all about the fish, which Danny DeVito was.
Okay. What deal?
I don't know no details. Selling on some shipment.
And also that hair, though.
It's going down later tonight.
Get out of here.
I do think my favorite penguin is the Arkham Penguin, though. I like the mix.
Where have you and Flask been? We got another one of those widow cards. I've sent you my location. Come meet me. Over.
Copy that. Over. Hey, there's still a couple of hours before Falcone's deal goes down. We could really use your help on this case.
Just a driver in a truck jamming out. Okay. All right, go to Harvey Bullock.
Let's roll. Whoa! Who put that
You know what?
Here we are.
As the bat flies, it's probably faster to do it like this. Well, except if you get stuck behind a wall. Nope, stop. Just go. There you go.
Jim, where you at? Jim, we got another greetings card from old Mr. Riddle.
Mr. Riddles!
But this time,
let's go!
An address inside. This is the place, but no one wants to go in there, and I don't blame him either. We have no idea what he's got going on.
Understood. Don't worry, Harvey. We'll check it out.
I'm excited to see what kind of Riddler we get.
Officer Gordon, welcome, and who are you? You're not GCPD? Huh. Well, maybe you'll surprise me. Let's give you a little testy test, shall we?
He's an obnoxious one.
Looks like our host has a puzzle for us.
Arkham Riddler.
Something to do with this mirror.
How many of these has he got planned?
That's for me to know and you to find out, Jimmy boy. By the way, you can call me the Riddler.
Oh, first Batman and now Riddler. I guess nobody wins against Jane.
Oh, ready to give up yet?
Oh, the Diddler.
This guy has way too much time.
Time in the wrong hands can be a dangerous thing.
You're clearly smarter than those clueless cops Who are you? Really? You look silly in that costume, but you're definitely brighter than most.
It's over. For now. But I have a feeling things are just getting started.
And you would be right. Maybe I finally found someone worthy of my intellect. I look forward to seeing how you do with a real challenge. Ta-ta!
Why did I...
Well, that sounds ominous.
Why did I bring down this piano at all? Like, I have no idea why I brought this piano down. Oh, because there was a piano in the reflection? Oh, I didn't see it. Yeah, okay. Okay. That makes sense.
I should keep looking in this area until I find what I need. Crisis over. At least until next time.
Batman, when you're ready to go bust Falcone, just let me know. You know where the Iceberg Lounge is, right?
Of course. Falcone's Fisheries. Is Gotham's worst-kept secret.
Great. Let's go pay Carmine Falcone a visit.
Looks like you and your new friend have got your work cut out. This Riddle guy has puzzles set up all over the city. Good luck with that.
Look at you. You're adorable.
Okay. I thought I could drop down on that thing and pull the lever. Oh, for a future character. Oh, okay. Okay. No. Up. Up. There you go. I'm Batman. I'm Batman. Yeah. Oh, when you scan it, shows what you can do right now? Okay. My book's gonna get wet.
The Iceberg Lounge. This time, they won't stop me. Your training prepare you for this, Gordon?
Fighting alongside a giant bat? No, not really.
Let's go.
I want to see Falcone.
I don't know what you're talking about, pal.
Is he wearing pearls?
What's the problem? Says he wants to see Falcone.
I guess they're both wearing pearls.
Ain't no Falcone here. That's what I tried to tell him.
Did he kiss him?
We got fish. Yeah, we got fish, all right? This ain't no secret nightclub. It's a fish store. Fish market. Oh, yeah, a fish market. You want some fish? I could pick out a nice flounder.
We could have got a warrant, you know.
For Aether, thank you for the tier 1 sub. I appreciate it. Enjoy that badge, baby.
And hail Berserker.
Don't I kiss my homies? Sometimes.
Gotta find Falcone, no matter what.
Hey, who are you? And how'd you get in here?
I'm Batman. And I'm Batman.
Mr. Falcone doesn't like taking
Looks like we need to step up our security a little.
There's a shield? Oh, he has a shield.
That shield's
Okay.
too strong to attack head on.
Okay. Okay. Deboosh!
Can't keep fighting our way through. Falcone might find out we're here.
I like that they're all lined up on the outskirts.
Let's climb up on the lighting rig to stay out of sight.
Apparently, yes. Are we just gonna not act like there's a giant bat fighting people?
Hey, party people! Hope
Apparently,
you're all
yes.
having an awesome time here at the Iceberg Lounge tonight. Who's ready for more of the exact same beats? Whoop, whoop. Why's your favorite DJ dressed like a hot dog? Because tonight, every song comes with extra mustard.
Security camera.
Nice shot.
There's gonna be more of those. I'll get some use out of this.
Oh, Wayne Tech caches. Okay. No, I didn't miss one. That was the first one on the list, right? Oh, there's fucking gumball thing. Okay. Oh, it's disco balls. Okay. Okay. And there's 1 red brick. So 5 disco balls, 5 Wayne caches, and 1 red
I
brick.
see you people are into the new, identical dancing craze.
Too far. Okay.
If anyone finds the keys for the expensive-looking blue car outside, could they... Oh, never mind, it's gone.
Hey, yeah, what are you doing? That's awkward. There we go.
Another security camera. Maybe we can find a way to Falcone's office through the VIP lounge.
Is that red hat one guy here yet?
Yeah, he's on his way to Falcone's office.
I wonder what sort of deal they're
That ain't for us underlings to know.
Besides, I thought we were here to celebrate. You're right. After all, it's not every day your parent completes his elocution course.
I'm guessing there's probably not a way to take these guys down stealthily all at once. Probably just gotta jump in and mix it up. Oh, this is the one I want though. I want to kill the shield guy for sure. There you
Takes
go.
care of that.
Whoa. Hello there. Hey, Mr. Pointy Ears. You want to keep the fighting away from here? I just cleaned up. You ever heard the expression, let's take this outside?
You guys won't believe the day I'm having. Whoa! You two again. Well, I swear I won't run this time. Honest.
Hey, I don't want any trouble here, new guy.
Maybe Flask will know how to reach Falcone's office.
Oh. Oh, okay. There's the red brick. Oh, what's that? X96. Or 69X. What the shit? What a weird way to do this. So it's, oh, something 96, so you gotta just boot the rest? Okay.
Falcone's office. Where is it?
What? Falcone's office? Oh, that's in the basement. Bottom of the iceberg, you might say.
Yo, Fox Bounty with 34 months. Thank you, Fox Bounty.
You'll see you two coming from a mile away. So you might want to take the, scenic route. Selena, think you could maybe open that door for
Oh,
our
Selena
guests?
Kyle.
Whatever you say, Flass. I'm not gonna get in these guys' way.
Just head straight and then down a couple of floors. You'll find it. No sweat.
Problem solved.
If any more of them show up, I'm out.
Oh, 596 then, okay. I will drink. Delicious. Red brick. Filthy rich modifier. Okay.
What you looking at? We helped you, so take your cake and get going.
We're gonna have to re-disable these. There we go. I'm glad this is a baby game for babies.
This must be the door to Falcone's office. Guys love to see that key laying around.
Hey, there you go.
If we can build something to knock it down, we might be able to catch him off guard.
I feel like I'm missing a bunch of those Wayne. I feel like I missed one or two of those already.
This is a pretty weird office.
We're in the kitchen, Jim.
They're trying to get to the file. What kind of...
The fucking squeaky bear finisher is the best.
Another order's just come in from Mr. Falcone. Get it ready and I'll open the elevator for you. Oh, and be quick about it.
A food order. That could be our ticket to Falcone's office.
I'm a cop, not a delivery boy. Okay.
Not a bad start. 2 more to find. Can't reach the ice cream until we stop all this cold air rushing in. Jim, grab that food while I hold this in place.
Grab that food. Food? Food. Oh, there's sushi behind there. Okay. There it is.
All this food's starting to make me hungry.
There you go.
This is looking pretty good. Just one more to go.
Oh, okay.
Seems like things are heating up. Or maybe just cooling less.
Hey, who doesn't like ice cream?
Oops. A little dirty. Hope you don't mind.
What took you so long? You know how Mr. Falcone gets when he's hungry?
I'm working up an appetite here. You don't think Falcone...
I'm coming to Austin. We're watching 4 Van Damme
You're ahead
movies.
in the game, Jim.
I picked 2 and you picked 2. What's your
No,
poison?
you're right.
Hard target and Street Fighter.
And that, my friends, is
Uh,
how you
the
avoid
double
heroes
one?
sneaking up behind you. Any questions?
And the one where he's twins. Because there's one that he does with Dennis Rodman, and then one where he's twins. Oh, Bloodsport! No one said Bloodsport? I thought for sure Bloodsport was on there. Oh, you didn't. I'll pick Bloodsport then. Double Impact and Bloodsport. There you go. That's the one I want. Those are the ones I want.
This is a private party, so kindly be on your way.
There's one. Oh, okay. How many is this?
Just the kind of tech I need.
Oh, I got it. Okay, it's in order. Good. Okay. 17 carry out. Has he been in 17 feature movies?
This way. Let's hurry.
We get it. You're gonna pay for this.
Oh! Ow! Ow!
Do you remember me saying if I had a dental appointment tomorrow?
Gotta focus.
Hey, why don't you try giving your mouth a little rest, okay?
You thinking we're not alone?
Somebody there?
Say what?
Look at those pointy ears.
That door in the middle. Falcone must be in there. Perhaps I can build something here.
Perhaps. God damn it. Disco balls. I haven't seen any disco balls in a minute.
If anything will knock down that door, it's something like this.
Sorry, I don't think this is the kind of door that opens.
What are you, the door inspector? Get out of here.
Oh.
Oh, right. Gotta load the catapult before we fire.
There we go.
Got it. Now what? A giant slide? Gotta say, this isn't what I was expecting.
Welcome to Falcone's House of Fun. Take a break from the streets and experience the softer side of crime.
The softer side of crime.
Gotta be a costume. You're cutting into our ball pit time.
You're done here now.
Guess we've got no option but to keep moving forward.
Falcone's House of Fun will not be held responsible for any accidental or deliberate boo-boos or outages.
Oh shit, there we go.
You chose this over health insurance. That's on you.
Who left this here?
Yeah, okay, we're still in order. We're still going in order.
Here comes a knockout.
It isn't time.
Here at Falcone's House of Fun, we follow a strict finders keepers policy. So if you've lost something, just remember, finders keepers, losers weepers.
Hey!
All you doing? Have some of this.
Okay, we're on track. We're right on track.
Falcone's House of Fun does not condone any roughhousing, horseplay, or tomfoolery. But we also won't do anything to stop it. Please play responsibly.
Okay. How spongy are the enemies? They get worse the more you, the higher the difficulty goes. So I'm playing on normal difficulty and they seem okay. On the higher difficulties, they were a little, it was a little bit of a chore.
This is a reminder that all food and drink is strictly prohibited in the play area. Let's keep it clean, folks. We don't want to repeat of last week's clam chowder incident.
Oh, what's the big idea?
It's this fucker.
Too loud for me, but Jim should be able to turn these down.
Wait, what? Oh, yeah. Batman. Playing Batman. Oh, it's not even actually doing anything.
Let's see how you like this.
There's a guy. Oh, there he is. He is stuck. He's stuck. There we go. Now we got him. Okay, now we're free. There's a gorilla up here making the musics.
I'm just testing this to make sure it's not booby-trapped.
Shit! Oh no! Oh no, really? Oh, there's a... Wow. That's fucking sneaky. No, I saw the vent leading into the ball pit. Pretty sneaky, sis. That was a good little hidden thing there. Nope. All right, so we just have one more disco ball.
This leads somewhere good.
Lock down this elevator behind me. I want no interruptions.
Red Hood.
I need some quality time with Falcone.
I don't think anyone...
Oh no! I wanted him to keep going. Play your song, dude. Play your song.
Looks like Falcone's office is a few floors down. Taking that elevator's way too risky.
As a Lego, do people step on you a lot? You know they do.
Maybe we can build something to get down to Falcone's office without using the elevator.
Okay. Who was that? CC Larahina. Thank you very much for the sub.
Hail Brazier.
And enjoy that badge. All right, let's do it. C to you.
Using this giant drill seems like the next logical approach. Whenever you're ready.
Oh, ooh, ooh.
This is
Still not it.
My birthday's ruined.
Oh, happy birthday.
Less talking, more fixing.
My birthday's ruined.
Hey! Who's that? Where'd they
come from? Should we call Mr. Falcone?
Uh-oh. What do we do?
Simple. Blend in. This is how Batman begins. To dance.
You swing a pretty mean cake, stranger.
Where did giant bat learn to dance?
The sprinkler, the moonwalk.
Watch and learn, young people.
His costume's not as good as his pals, but he moves real good.
You dance a little too well for a cop. Suspicious.
Now there's a cop who knows how to be on the beat.
Time for the big finish, Gordon.
Oh, I wish we had time to rehearse this.
I had the time of my life, and I owe it all to you. No, I didn't even know I could put on other outfits. I thought that was something they would tell me to do, but where do I, can I do that? Nope. I don't know where to do it. I don't even know where to do it. Oh, it's a map menu? Okay. Oh, I can't do it right now. I gotta wait. I gotta wait.
Hey, Mr. Falcone, where are we putting all this incriminating evidence and illicit earnings?
In the pile, Frank. Jack, you were my #1 guy. You leave all this behind, and for what? To wear that fishing pole on your head?
The name's Red Hood 1. Thought I'd go freelance.
Mr. Falcone.
Thanks, sweetheart. Here's your sample. Plenty more out back for whatever little project you and your buddies have got going.
Pleasure doing business. This town deserves a better class of criminal, and I'm gonna give it to him.
Whatever you're planning, remember this is my town. I own the muscle. What is this? Some kind of joke?
Do I look like I'm joking?
The fucking keytar.
Carmine Falcone, you're under arrest. Whoa!
Come back, Mr. Twinkle Toes!
Falcone!
Time for my associates to escort you out. Permanently.
Permanently.
Get him away!
I noticed.
Come on! Our jobs are on the line!
Keep him off, Falcone!
I'll make this quick.
If they get the boss, it's all over!
Oh, okay.
Yikes! I knew I should have kept running!
Falcone went this way. Hurry!
That rattling of those goddamn pips is so fucking satisfying, I can't stop!
I knew this place could be water, but not like this.
Stop following me!
No! I'm Batman!
Nice workout.
They were.
He went through there. Come on.
Can you believe that?
I know you're in here, Falcone.
Boys.
Not so fast.
You just can't keep a good man down.
Harvey!
Hey, Harvey, a few words for the Gazette.
Hey, Harvey! Is it true the lounge is busted by an oversized bat?
Mr. Dent, Harvey.
Man, these hacks and their cameras.
Vicky Vale!
I wouldn't mind so much, but they never get my good side. Where's Gordon?
Oh, and Knox!
Half your office has donut sprinkles on their hands.
Fucking Knox!
Care to comment, Mr. Dent?
Okay, Gordon, I've got loan sharking, shark loaning, fish laundering, illegal use of a flounder.
Ouch!
Yeah, he still streams Mad Dog.
Red-handed at the scene. How in the world?
Harvey, you wouldn't believe me even if I told you. I'm not even sure I believe it.
He must be king of the Wicker people. It's African. How you know that? Because I bought it in Africa. Oh, Blue Batman! Bronze Age, Golden Age. Nice. Okay. And the red brick. Filthy rich. Oh, Gordon does have skills? Oh, I didn't know that. Oh, skins, not skills. Oh, sorry.
Is it done, Master Bruce?
We got him, Alfred.
Your parents will be proud, sir.
There's just one loose end. I need to get back to the cave, but this place is swarming with cops.
Back in the day, your forefathers had a whole network of tunnels leading into Gotham from here. You could use one of them to get back unseen.
Great idea. Oh, and Alfred, I'll be bringing a friend.
A friend, sir? Well, good for you. I'll make myself scarce.
You gonna tell me where we're going exactly?
My, bat cave. We need to learn more about the bears Red Hood 1 got from Falcone.
Your Batcave? Oh, sure. Why not? Let's go.
Okay. Oh, suit options. There we go. Holy shit, there's a lot. Wait. There you go. Jim Gordon and Batman. There we go. Oh, they have, okay, vehicle options too. Okay. Wow. God damn, dude. Oh, okay. Oh, Filthy Ridge is green. Nautical. Oh, that's what those red bricks are for. Okay. Oops. Suit options, and then... Okay. Okay. Take down enemies without being spotted to increase stun combo. Stealth takedown generate focus. Oh, whatever. Sure. I don't know. Oh, they show you where the Wayne Tech caches are. Batcave trophy. Wayne Tech crate. Okay. Oh, interesting. Okay. So they don't show you where the... where the Riddler trophies are, or anything else. They don't show you anything else yet. I can just see the Batcave trophies and the... Oh, later in the game you unlock a way for revealing it all. Okay, okay, cool. Rise! Thank you for the 12 months. I appreciate it.
No locking eyes. Always walk with purpose. Look very mean.
Let's roll.
Incoming crime alert. Looks to be taking place in Tricorner. Citizen is fending off a wannabe thief. Over.
Old Wayne Tech security. Shouldn't be too hard to open.
Okay. It looks like I can't get that until I get glide ability or something. Oh, there we go. Okay. You got the connect the doors batteries. Okay, this one. Okay.
We should have access now.
Easy peasy. The Subway. Subway. You can use the map fast travel. Okay. Fast travel points can be found in different Gotham districts. Complete the event to gain access. Okay. Bagcave is no. Oh my God. This game has an ass on it, huh? Sheesh. Oh, this. There we go. I'm really enjoying it.
Come on!
It's a great game.
Is this really necessary?
Hold on. Wait here.
How do I turn this thing down?
Oh, bad underpants.
Ow!
Hey, careful with that. It's an antique, just like its owner.
Oi, cheeky.
Keep it. It suits you.
It is really fun, Element Triple X.
Maybe you should practice a bit before you take it out in public. My computer's
Or
on the
don't
upper
take it out in public.
level.
Bad
Need to
idea.
access
Bad
the
idea.
elevator
Bad
to
idea.
reach it.
There's got to be something in all this junk that'll get it open. This thing packs a punch.
Wow, that's a hell of a lot more efficient than rolling through everything.
Tempting, but not quite right.
I think this one's more your sort of thing, Batman.
Not the tool we're looking for.
Not sure what we do with this.
Is the game worth it? I mean, that's not for me to say. I'm really enjoying it. I don't know how many hours are in it, but I've heard some people trying to 100% it have more than 30.
This is just what we need.
Oh, the bat claw. There it is. Boom.
Nice. Let's head up and see if we can figure out what's in this bear.
I think it's worth it if you liked and played any of the other Lego games. This one is apparently a really good example of those. Like, it's a good addition. It's fun, it's funny, it's lighthearted.
Shouldn't we be using that elevator to reach the upper level?
But it is $70, which is, you know, a big expense. I understand. But I don't want to tell you if it's worth it or not, but it's a good game.
We need to get the power back on to run our analysis.
Good. I can barely see a thing.
Okay, I need a battery. Oh, there we go. Easy peasy.
Let's see if the computer can tell us what Red Hood 1 is hidden in this bear.
Place bear. Scan
Red Hood
bear.
1 put something in this bear, but what? Let's analyze it.
Bat basic.
That'll keep us busy. We can construct my new workbench while we wait.
Can't believe he's got me doing DIY in his basement.
Oh, wait.
That's everything we need for the workbench. Time to build.
Yeah, a lot more efficient to do it this way. Holy shit, that's way easier. Do I have any partner codes? No, I don't. What did I just pick up? Was that a Batcave mug? No, I used to have GMG, but that was fucking 8-9 years ago, something like that. Oh, I can't climb back up. Son of a bitch. What the fuck do I do now?
Huh? Yeah, using this looks like a no-go for me. I like to drive, but this isn't the time.
Okay. Oh. Oh, okay. It just comes back down. Yeah, okay. Oh. That right there. There we go. Mini kits. I don't know what the fucking mini kit is, but all right. Oh, it's a vehicle build? Okay. This will all be a lot easier in like 10 minutes. Oh, so I'm wasting my time because I can get like gadgets that will help me. Gadgets or upgrades or whatever. Perfect. Yeah, okay.
Let's try this out. Just the kind of tech I need.
Gadgets can be improved with Wayne Tech chips found around Gotham.
I can upgrade my equipment here.
This is the gadget workbench. Purchase the Batarang combo upgrade.
This is exactly what I had in mind.
Tab to see other characters upgrade. Tab B. Oh. Okay.
Game lighters up.
Oh, okay. So he can have... Wow. Okay. The Bat Claw. Concussive Batarang. Alarmarang. Weighted Batarangs. Sheesh. Okay. That's where we'll save and quit for today. All right. Good time for it. Thank you, Humboldt EF with the 75 months. We are going to continue this. This is a fucking fun game, dude. I really like it a lot. So, we're going to be continuing this tomorrow. But we do have something to do tomorrow. And that is... I think we have a couple of things if we want to. We have Thinky Direct at 1 p.m., my normal starting time. So, an hour after I start, we have the Thinky Direct. And then at The 2 hours after that, we have Insider Gaming Showcase. Probably won't stick around for the Indie Quest because that's pretty late at night, 8 p.m. But yeah, the Thinky Direct, we'll check those two out, see what we think, and then we'll just fill up the days with Batman. Because we got a lot of shit. We got all kinds of different showcases and stuff. So we'll put Batman in between those as we make our way through the week. This week actually isn't bad because we had the AG French Direct. That was today. Tomorrow is these ones, Thinky Direct, Insider Gaming. And then we don't have another one until next Tuesday. So we got Friday and Saturday open. But next week is Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. The whole fucking week is just showcase after showcase. And we will be catching as many as we can because I like doing that and I hope you like joining me. So, yeah. All right. But for now, I'm out of here. I'll see you tomorrow for Thinky Direct, Insider Gaming Showcase, and more Batman.
Thank you for your money, though. I do appreciate your money.
And I do appreciate your money. Yeah. Thank you so much. All right.
Until next time, for all of my Berserkers, and for all of Zekonia, this is me, Zeke, saying, see ya.